Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Typically, it would be wubba lubba dub dub to those who celebrate, but today it's Merry Draftmas to those who celebrate as we've reached the greatest day of the year. The Eagles have won a Super Bowl, and I mean, hell, I damn near cried that day. So what? You would think it can't get no better than that. And then every year draft day comes around, and I fall in love all over again. Uh, all year's work, man. It is I, the one and only Marquil Fripp Owens, and I'm joined by the great brothers. How you feeling today, Parth, Pierre, Merry Draftmas, brothers?
Merry
Very
draft.
drafting.
It's your day. It's your day. I usually do the intro, and I told Quell before, I was like, bro, you got to do the intro. Quell dropped his big board. We got graphics. We got everything. I mean, it is Draftmas. It's like that you're opening up all the presents. You're seeing everything. Who's the new first round pick gonna be? Who are we gonna have for potentially the next 5 years? It's great, man. I'm excited. I'm ready. It's the best stream of the year. Let's get it.
I hope you guys
Yeah, man,
got
we
your
got
water, man.
Brother. You know I always come prepared, man. I'm always prepared.
And for draft night, come on now.
Of course.
We got the new intro video, man. Things we cooking, man. We cooking.
Oh, yeah, you cook with that, Pierre. You cook with that. He said that over, and I was like, we got an intro video now. We're like one of those pods. That's legit.
We moving up, man. We
Oh.
moving up.
Here we are. Just moments from the start of the NFL draft, man. How we feeling, man? Not just about what potentially could happen with Philadelphia, all the rumors that we've heard circulating throughout the day, but just at the top of the draft, man. How are we feeling as to what could potentially happen? Of course, we have the joke, the universal joke at this point, but we have the joke here that the draft starts at 2 because we know what's going to happen once the Titans get on the clock. They're going to milk it a little bit, and league's going to make themselves a lot of money over that course of that 10 minutes. And then that's when the show really begins. So how we feeling, fellas?
I think, one thing that we know for sure is that after the first pick, we don't know anything, honestly, because I'm still not even sure that Cleveland is going to take Travis Hunter second overall. Like, this draft can go any amount of different ways after Cam Ward is selected.
Dude, yeah, and that's all you've been hearing all day. And excitingly enough, we got some draft slop, little trade slop early on with Houston and the Browns, where people are talking about Houston maybe moving up. There's a lot of probability that's just going to be going on today, and I mean that's not a great way to fix it.
Just to give us some early juice while we're here to add some flavor. Shout out to the 5 people that are in here right now. You guys are the ones that's going to get this information, but sounds like we could be in for an early draft day trade. I've been hearing from a bunch of people that sounds like Cleveland and the Jaguars. Yeah, there it goes. They're going to be swapping picks. I don't know what exactly Jacksonville has in mind, but
Travis
all
Hunter.
I've been hearing was
It has to be Travis, I'm thinking. They need cornerback help in the worst way.
And they've also been linked to Tetairoa McMillan throughout the process. I don't know if you guys have been paying attention to the betting market, but his name kind of zoomed up through the process to Jacksonville specifically.
And so, not to cut you off, but you remember when we had JP on and I asked him about it, and the coach they hired, Liam Cohen, he comes from Tampa Bay, right? Mike Evans, the Tetairoa McMillan connection is kind of there, so I can kind of see why they would, be interested in McMillan. It's just, why would you move from?
You could sit.
Yeah, you could sit where you are.
That's the interesting thing. So
no, I'm not saying that they would move up to draft Tetairoa McMillan. I'm saying that them having interest in the position.
Right.
So yeah, Tetairoa would make sense.
I think we're going to see them take like a exciting player regardless because it's top 5, and I think the draft, like we talked about, the Jaguars are in a good place. I think if they sit at 5, I think you see Ginty or McMillan gone. But I think if they move up, I feel like they go after Travis. I think I'm with Pierre there, where you need cornerback help. You can use him at receiver sometimes. I'm still not a believer in him playing both sides full time, but I mean, he's a weapon, right? So you go and draft the best player available, and I think you're in a position to do so. So
my dog said if he can't play both sides, he's gonna retire.
I know. It's like, all right, bro, you're being dramatic. Once you see that NFL money, we'll see if you want to retire right away.
imagine him. Like, I don't think he understands. Like, brother, you are not going to be able to do this at the NFL level. Like, imagine trying to cover AJ Brown, and then you got to go and try and cover AJ Brown.
Run routes against Quinyon Mitchell.
Yeah.
No, I'm with you, and I think I've heard arguments both ways. Where there's the snaps are harder in the NFL, but you're seeing less snaps because offenses are doing less gimmicky stuff. You got the timeouts. You got you got players are just playing slower. They're taking advantage of huddles and things like that. But I think the contact just adds up. I think the hits just add up, and I think you're best suited if you focus on one side and then go have some routes that you can go play, have some packages. I mean, his coach has the blueprint laid out, with Dion, where you can return kicks, you can get the ball in your hands in other ways, have offensive packages, but dude, go dominate at cornerback. I would rather dominate at one position. I'd rather you dominate at one position than be jack of all trades at two. What do you think, Will?
I can completely understand why you guys would say that. And I mean, I agree with a bunch of that sentiment. How I laid it out on my scouting report was, I mean, if this is something that he would choose to do, of course, you guys would have to figure out how to manage his workload. Now, you can't go, as Parth would love to say the term, balls to the wall with him and how you utilize him on both sides of the ball. But at the same time, was that I'm not gonna lie, man, I'm intrigued. I didn't think it was possible. I didn't think that he would stand to the test of time this year throughout just playing both sides the way he did. And I mean, he proved me wrong. And throughout the process of scouting him, I thought of something interesting that kind of stuck with me, where it was maybe, for a lot of people, we would get tired in these situations. But we're talking about a guy who he's played this style of football not just anywhere, but in the altitude of the Colorado mountains. So this dude, his conditioning might be something different, man.
No, I think those things are all valid, but it's not about conditioning to me. I think you can be the most conditioned athlete in the world. It's the hits. They add up. It's on both sides of the ball. Players complain about it. Dude, players are icing themselves and sitting there for days after playing one side of the ball. You go and play two sides of the ball, play the whole game. I mean, I think he's a phenomenal athlete, next level athlete. He's something we haven't seen in decades, if not ever. But the physicality of the NFL has just taken careers over and over again. I would just rather you, play one side, dominate it, and we'll find a way to get the ball in your hands. And that's just it's team building perspective too. So however the Jaguars want to do it, at the end of the day, you're getting a weapon if you go and get Travis Hunter. So, it'll be interesting. And, we saw a tweet from James Palmer, Gator Great, shout out. The only positions off the table for the Eagles this year are quarterback, running back, and off-ball linebacker, unless one specific player is there. And I think, Pierre, you tweeted it.
Jihad.
Yeah, it's Jihad Campbell. I think that's I think that's kind of what we're all thinking in terms of an off-ball linebacker.
So not to cut you off, John Clark, he just tweeted actually, quote, "I'm hearing the Eagles pick in the first round could be D-line or O-line, but if somebody falls or is slipping, Howie Roseman could trade up to get him. 15 of the reported 24 visits to the Eagles were linemen." So I'm going to come off right off the bat and say this. I will be very underwhelmed if the pick is an offensive lineman. I want something sexy.
We've been talking about this. We've been talking about this for weeks, and bro draft night came around, and he's like, "No, I'm
not about to watch all these other teams get sexy picks, and I pick
even though like I'd understand the O-line pick because Lane Johnson, they need a right guard, and Tyler Steen and Kenyon Green and everything like that. I get it, but this draft is kind of deep, on the O-line. So like.
Been telling you since the process started, 9 times out of 10, the first pick was going to be an O-line, man. Like
since the beginning.
Since the beginning, how I envisioned this taking place was, well, you get your O-line, then you move up for your edge rusher to start day 2, and then we'll see how the cookie crumbles in other places. Of course, we see the interest in guys like podcast favorite Mason Taylor and things of that nature that could happen on day 2, things of that nature. So anything can happen, but Pierre, buddy.
Buckle
What
up.
I mean, you tap her on the shoulder. Get ready to learn offensive lineman, pal.
No, I think it's valid. We've talked about it before. I get it. It's not sexy. It's not fun. But the draft is deep. There's fun players at all different levels. You can find a guy who you can be excited about. Dude, we were excited about John Hightower and Quez Watkins. All right, like just wait.
Now Quez did have like blazing speed. I'm not gonna lie.
He did. All those guys did. They just went for speed that year. But that's what I was about to get to here. It's just that I think if we see certain players drop, maybe they move up. He said James Palmer said that they have a focus on tackle and defensive back. So there's a lot of possibilities, like Quell said. But I think especially with tackle, if you're talking about Lane's replacement, having that fifth-year option, I think is also just really important and probably something on their radar because, you don't want to have to be worrying about extensions if Lane's playing 3 years. If he plays 3 years, then all of a sudden, hey, we have 2 years to figure out if this guy is the guy we want versus, you might only have 1 year if you draft him around later. So these are all just considerations that they're all going to have in their mind on draft day. So it's exciting. So, it's all right. So the draft officially started, right? Who's 8?
Yes, we are.
Okay. All right. How do you feel, Quell? Are you
fired up, man?
Joy?
Christmas Day. I've been ecstatic waiting for this moment, man. So, I guess we all.
So wait. So let's pull up the big board.
Let's do it. Look at that at the top. Mark Quell, Fripp Owens presents. Look at that graphic. Oh my God, bro. This is not the Philly Blitz of last year.
No.
The price of the rock has gone up.
Price has gone up. The price has gone up.
All right, Quell, walk us through it, buddy.
So we kind of have an understanding of what probably is going to happen here at 1. So let's talk through this here, man. How you guys feel about the selection of not just Cam Ward to Tennessee, but how Cam Ward fits and what y'all believe Brian Callahan wants to do offensively, the talent or lack thereof, however you guys view the roster in Tennessee, things of that nature. How do you guys see, what do you see in the future for Cam Ward and his potential success, man? Is this the right pick, for lack of a better term?
I think, when you look at the Titans roster, even if, you look at them last year, like, it was clear they couldn't go into next season with Will Levis as their starter, right? There was really nobody on the free agency market or trade market who they could sign who you can outright say is better than what Cam Ward is going to give you. At least I don't think so. Now, when you look at Cam himself, I'm not going to sit up here and say he's like the greatest quarterback prospect or anything like that. Like all the, chatter that we've heard about this quarterback class is if, you compare it to last year's, Cam and Shador, they're probably not even in top 3 of, quarterbacks if they were all in, one draft. But I think, for Tennessee, they needed a signal caller, and Cam's the best guy in this draft. I think, he has a very high ceiling. So, I'm on board with the pick. I think it's going to be good for them.
I agree, kind of. I just I think Cam's story is awesome, right? Like the 0-star recruit. Now he's like potentially the number 1 overall pick and everything. But I just his play style is a little all over the place, right? Like it's just like he's a risk taker, and that's also what the reason this worries me is because that's also what appealed to me about Will Levis, right? And now I'm not saying they're the same player, but a lot of the same things that you see Will Levis do, like in the last couple of years, you saw Cam do it, but he made it work, but it was at the college level, right? And so I just hope that he can kind of rein those things in. If he can rein them in, he's a special player, and his arm talent is legit. I mean, he can make throws all over the field. So I understand why you as a team would take a risk. But like you mentioned, Pierre, if they were compared to the last couple of years, I saw this graphic, and I wish I had it pulled up. But it was comparing just like overall, statistics, kind of film watching. Now, obviously, that's not objective, but So, I was looking at those rankings, and Cam was like 10th. In the last couple of years. It wasn't like last year involved, but the last couple of years. he was like 10th, and Shador was obviously lower than that. And so I get it. It's a quarterback hungry league. It's a quarterback winning league. But I sometimes I'm just kind of like, hey, should you fill some other holes on your roster? But with the Titans as well, they're in that weird position where they just kind of need a quarterback to see what they got. And I don't know. Maybe you could have traded out, but I get it. At the end of the day, it's a NFL draft. He's a good quarterback. He's going to go high. It happens every single year. So I think he's got a lot of potential.
So, I mean, just to have some fun about the conversation, if it were you guys, I mean, like you just mentioned, both you guys, Parth and Pierre, how these quarterbacks would be viewed if they were in the previous draft classes or things of that nature. If it were you making these selections, would you have traded back? Or would you have been open for business in terms of potentially knowing that you can get extra assets and still land maybe a guy like Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter?
Yeah, I probably would. With my eye on next year's draft, and obviously nothing is given, but there's a ton of talent next year. And if I had the chance to pick up extra picks to just rob some team who's quarterback starving, I probably would. I think I would. And it's not like Tennessee isn't like really in super win now mode. You know what I mean? Like they just your receiver room, your running back room, none of it is like fully there. So what is the harm in waiting one more year, picking up some more assets?
Yeah. So for me, and I think when you look at Tennessee's situation specifically, like you say they aren't necessarily in win now mode, but at the same time, like Brian Callahan is going into his second year, and I'm not familiar with Tennessee's ownership and how patient or impatient they are, but this is the NFL, right? This is a what have you done for me lately type of league. So I would think that while they aren't like Super Bowl or bust or anything, I do think possibly their ownership would want to see some sort of improvement on a year-to-year basis. So I get why they are picking Cam. But it's just like you said, Parth, for me, like you're looking at your roster, like you aren't really ready to compete right now, right? Like, your receiver room is led by Calvin Ridley. After him, you don't really, have much there.
Hey, they just brought in Tyler Lockett.
Yeah, he's a good number two. And then,
tradition like none other, receivers going to the Titans to die.
But yeah, like I don't think their roster is in the place to operate. It's Cam.
Sorry,
it's gonna be Cam.
They told the Titans to milk the clock. It's 100% Cam. They had Warren Moon saying I might retire my number for him. Like brother, like you guys couldn't. This was about as obvious as the Cowboys make it. Oh, so did you guys see that? Did you guys see that tweet? Somebody was like because Jerry pissed me off. The Cowboys are targeting some linebacker at 44.
Yeah. That's no, it was
that
Darius
wasn't even a
Alexander.
linebacker. Yeah, I'm about to say. That'd be a solid pick at 44. I mean, if you into the whole draft Knicks conversation and things of that nature. But I understand. Don't nobody want to invest in a 25-year-old defensive tackle that early in the process. I get it. It's the conversation that has to be had. So
I take back everything I said about the Titans receiver room. They signed Van Jefferson. So,
oh my God.
Oh baby, go Gators.
So with them taking Cam Ward here in the first round, right? Like, what do they do round two? Like, do you address O-line? Do you go defense? Do you take another receiver? Shout out my cousin Sean in the chat.
Appreciate you. Go Birds.
Go
O-line, dude. Protect your quarterback.
Because last year they drafted who was the O-lineman they drafted last year? Not Joel.
Oh, hell, his name is escaping me.
Yeah, I'm Googling.
It was J.C. Latham.
Yeah. And he plays guard, right, for them?
I believe he rotates between guard and tackle.
He got tackle, but I think he ended up playing some guard.
Yeah, and I know they added Kevin Zeitler in free agency this year, but you still wanna they're gonna I think they do need to address the O-line. But apparently we have a trade.
Oh,
Yes,
it's
sir. The Jaguars have now acquired the number 2 overall pick in the draft from the Cleveland Browns. I would love to know
Travis.
exactly what,
They're going Travis,
yeah.
I think.
not just what Jacksonville would do, but what is it that Cleveland got to move off of this spot? Because it has to be something of a pretty
This is
penny.
the compensation. Ian Rappaport has it. Browns received 5th overall, 36th overall, 126th overall in the 4th round in the 2026 first. Jaguars received 2nd overall, 104th overall, and 200th overall. So, all in all, Cleveland traded 2 firsts and a 4th.
Second.
Yeah, two firsts, a 2nd, and a 4th.
Hey, shout out to Cam though, man. Going from a 0-star recruit to the number 1 overall pick is pretty dope, dude.
It was a really dope story.
Yeah,
Shout out to Incarnate Ward, man.
Right. So yeah, speaks to his love for the game, man. Easy guy to cheer for.
So before we dive into the whole Cleveland and Jacksonville thing, Q, walk us through Cam Ward. I see here you have him as a 22nd overall prospect on your big board.
Yes, Cam Ward, as I pull up his scouting report just off the top of the head so far, he's a polarizing prospect, man. I mean, what can you say? All the arm talent in the world. He's a pure gunslinger. When I wrote about Shador, I mentioned how Shador is cut from a different cloth than the modern quarterback, more of the traditional field general drop back passer. For Cam, he's one of those. I mean, if you had to say of a traditional route of the Carson Wentz, Brett Favre, these. He ain't never seen a pass. I mean, yeah, I get it, and I mean that's why I hate doing player comps because I don't want to say that's the player you're talking about.
That's who he is.
But it's just more so the mindset, the skill set, things of that nature. He basically kid ain't never seen a pass that he hasn't liked. He gonna make every throw. He gonna attempt to make every throw. Sometimes it's to a detriment. Sometimes it's to a fault. He's one of those guys where, as a coach, you sit there and you're pulling your hair out like, why would he do that? And then it's a catch or a touchdown, and you like, that's my boy. Good job right there. Good job. So, I mean, I'm interested to see how he continues to get some of his footwork cleaned up. I'm interested to see exactly how he fits into this Tennessee offense, more or less. I had a conversation with somebody about this selection as a whole, and how I presented it is Cam Ward is like an enigma at the position. It's kind of very reminiscent of what they have already in the building, and Will Levis, one of those. Haven't seen a pass you don't like, you're gonna throw the ball all over the field, type of things. You're gonna play with reckless abandon. And that's not necessarily the kind of quarterbacks that you see excel in this kind of offense what Callahan likes to run. Something of the Shanahan variety, things of that nature. So it'll be interesting to see. I mean, there was a conversation at a point specifically when the Rams went and acquired Matthew Stafford as to, well, maybe you got a quarterback that has superpowers. I can put him in position to be right. He can make me right when I'm wrong, kind of conversation. So maybe they see a lot of that in Cam Ward, but only time will tell, for lack of a better term.
Definitely, dude. I mean, they played it on the NFL draft like stream or whatever on NFL Network stream, dude. I'm 21st century brain now. That's nasty work. The television program, but it showed that the title on there was just doing too much. Keep the underhand passes, like just hold off on it, dude. Get used to the speed of the game. Just play within the offense for a little bit. But the guy's just cool, Like there's all the videos of him just kind of standing in the pocket, like just kind of relax. Like I like that.
The ball just snaps out his hand, flips the wrist, nipple. It's pretty. I can understand why somebody would be enticed by this skill set. How I joke around about it all the time and say, if you told me only one of these quarterbacks will play 10 years, I'd probably pick Shador. If you told me only one of these quarterbacks will win a Super Bowl, I can promise you it'll be Cam Ward. So it's a risk nonetheless.
You think
a risk worth taking?
You think he's going to be able to keep up the nonchalant gimmick in the league?
Not as much.
I don't want to say not as much because that's part of what makes Cam, man. the smooth, close to borderline cocky confidence type of player. Where I mean, he's just so as the term Pierre would like to say, the aura, and just how exactly that is part of his aesthetics, to say the least. I don't want to say that they would neuter him from that, but I mean, I do think he's going to have to understand that this ain't backyard football no more. The game is a lot faster than what it was at every level. But I mean, based on history, like you said, Parth going from Incarnate Ward to Washington State to then Miami and doing what he did at Miami, he's historically shown that he can improve not just with age, but with level of competition as well.
I think I think that's a really good way to put it. He's shown that he can step up to the plate at every turn. I look at it just from a pure ball security perspective, dude. Like, yeah, everybody knows Mahomes does that. Well, can't do that all the time. Mahomes has had to pay with turnovers with that. A lot of that was turnover luck, and we saw how that turned out in the Super Bowl, right? So, just
wait, Parth, wait. Remind me why the Eagles are picking 32nd again?
Because I found the bad teams picked there.
Didn't they win the Super Bowl?
Right.
I think they won the Super Bowl.
I think so as well. Say no more.
But the pick is in, man.
Oh, yeah.
You guys were right.
Travis Hunter
is now a Jacksonville Jaguar.
Yeah.
How does this selection make you guys feel, man? I mean, how do you think that he fits on this team? Do you think that he can play in this Florida Heat? Talk to me, Florida boy Parth. Can Travis Hunter?
He's from Florida.
Oh man, this cannot be good. The Jaguar fans are probably in shambles right now. They have this theory where they can't draft players from Florida because they just play terrible when they get to Jacksonville. And there it goes.
Well,
this has to be the guy that breaks it, right?
Yeah, he didn't go to FSU. So, we got that.
No, that just guys.
No, I know. I'm trying to make excuses for them.
Buddy.
It's okay, Jags fans. It's gonna work. No, I'm with you, dude. I think this is the guy who can break that tendency. The Jags got a playmaker. That's what you can describe him as. And hell, is it Eric Armstead up there announcing the pick?
Yeah.
I
think that is.
Good for them, man.
And we're supposed to have our resident Jaguars fan JP stopping by. I just sent him the link, so if he joins, we'll discuss it with him. But I think this is a good pick for them, man. Like I said, they need help, in the cornerback room, and then at receiver, outside of like Gabe Davis. Who else do they have? What's the guy they took last year? Brian Thomas. And so I think Travis, he'll fit in nice there. Now, I don't think he'll be able to, play both sides of the ball as consistently as he wants to.
Especially in that Florida Heat.
I think it's more so going to be a situation where maybe offensively they have a package of plays for him every week, like maybe 5-6 plays. But full time, I do not think he's going to be able to play both sides of the ball.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. Like we've talked about. To go dominate at corner, be that step in that they've been looking for since Jalen Ramsey left. And hey, actually, Jalen Ramsey was a Florida player. He had some damn good years with the Jags.
Yeah, that's a great point.
So you got that. But hey, just go dominate and then get some reps in. But I think he'll be happy to be back home in Florida too. It's always nice to see when guys come back home.
Per Adam Schefter, it sounds like Travis Hunter was on their board on offense and defense. They will be on their board by giving him a heavy dose of wide receiver while still playing him at his natural position on defense. So hence the term natural position. You see exactly what they feel about him. So I believe the offensive snaps was probably to accommodate the player for coming there, for lack of a better term. Not like he had a choice, but
and it's a really good point by Chris here in the chat. It's a good trade for Cleveland. You pick up a first and a 2026 first and a 2025 second for a team that's trying to figure out. You're on mute, bro.
You only moved back, what, 2 spots?
Yeah, and I can see it from both perspectives too. Like if you're Jacksonville and that's your guy, you go get him, right? And if you're Cleveland and you're like, hey, like we're trying to figure out what the hell we're gonna do, I think you pick up the extra picks.
If you're Cleveland and you steal these extra first round picks, and what if you take a chunk at Shador? This you
That just
you have
popped
to
into
call
my
that
head, bro.
a steal, man. That's there.
Again, but that goes back to the conversation we were just having about Cam and what I would do with the Titans. If I'm Cleveland, I just picked up another first round pick. Dude, I have 2 first round picks for the draft next year.
But the thing is, for Cleveland, though, they got to win now. Like,
who the hell expects Cleveland to win, dude? They suck and they have sucked.
Hey, man.
Kevin Stefanski has been there for what, 5 years, 6 years? It's time to
really
go do
good.
something.
Hey, if you don't have a quarterback,
Kevin Stefanski's a damn good coach too.
It's
just hard to be a damn good coach.
I don't disagree. I don't think
Stefanski
he's not a bad coach, but my point is like, dude, if you're Kevin, you have some goodwill in that building, clearly. Like, it's been years, and you still have Deshaun on the roster. That wasn't a move that,
nasty man, TM.
Exactly, nasty man, TM. To me, it's just like, dude, if you wait and instead, like, yeah, Shador can probably get you through. I get what you're saying, right? A coach wants to just get through to the next year, but, like, dude, some of the players next year, I feel like have generational talent.
And to that, bro, Shador is a nice fit in Stefanski's offense, bro. Like, he isn't gonna require you to like throw the ball deep, not down the field, like that intermediate, short, passing game. That's what Shador is good at.
Are they gonna win many games?
I mean,
yeah,
they just need a quarterback.
Well,
honestly,
they're literally a quarterback away. Defense is phenomenal. They have weapons at the wide receiver position. We saw what Jerry Jeudy was able to do. They was down the stretch last season. I'm intrigued.
So to answer this question in the chat, do we think Travis is going to play more offense or defense? I think he's best at corner.
Yeah.
Right.
Dude.
Like, yeah, I think it's going to be a situation where.
What the hell?
Like I said, wait, what happened?
The Giants have selected Abdul Carter, and now you just like. So this, I'm gonna let you finish, Pierre, because this creates an interesting conversation for me.
Yeah. So just on Travis, just to wrap up, I think his best position is corner. Just in terms of all the fluidity and flexibility in his movements, his acceleration, everything like that, the ball skills, all of those things. Now that's not saying he can't be an elite or high volume receiver in this league, because I definitely think he can. But just at corner, Quell, like you outlined in your write up of him, like that's clearly his best position, right?
Yeah, how I put it in the write-up was he could be a really, really good receiver in this league, but he could be a damn great corner in this league. And when the difference between good and great, especially at this level between some players, I mean, is more than marginal, to say the least, man. So you can have a player at a position of value, especially a position of value like cornerback, that can basically play eraser on one side of the field, whether it's man or zone coverage, how he's basically shown an ability to do in both. It's kind of a blessing for a defense. Now, what he offers to them offensively, it'll be a plus, man. It'd be fun to watch him continue to develop as a receiver, especially in a room where he doesn't have to come in and be the guy with them having Brian Thomas there. So I think it's a fine home for him. Now,
so what do y'all think? Wait, what do y'all think Trent Baalke would have done in that situation?
Trent Baalke wouldn't have made the trade. They was picking Mason Graham if Trent Baalke was picking. But I mean, that's probably where all the smoke came from. It just took him so long to get fired.
They didn't. Travis has had zero contact with the Jaguars since the combine. So they hit their cards, dude. Good.
And that's a splash. That's a splash for Gladstone, youngest GM in the league. That's a huge splash for him for his first pick.
Absolutely. Well, that sucks. The Giants took Abdul Carter. Also, one more thing on the Browns point. If I'm the Browns and you want to take Shador, I still don't think you take him at 5. I think you can trade back again.
Parlay some more. That's
because then again you pick up more picks, and then if you don't get Shador, I mean you're looking at quarterbacks next year. And again, I mean if I'm the Browns organization, I'm understanding. Yeah, I have a damn good coach. We just shot ourselves in the foot by trading for the nastiest man, TM, in the NFL, I would try to keep my eye on that, and that they just like generationally suck, dude. Like sometimes you just like have to make sure you reset right. Don't rush things to just have a quick fix. But that's all perspective. Oh, I love that shirt. What's that shirt say?
Gator boy, stay hot, baby.
I got
Gator boy, stay hot.
Oh, let's go.
That's it. How you guys doing?
Doing well, man. How are you doing? I mean,
I'm wonderful. My team. I don't know if you guys are spoiling picks here. But
we are.
My team just got an elite edge rusher, so I'm very happy.
So I'm glad you said
welcome
it.
in. Wait. We gotta officially welcome into the stream. Welcome in, Brandon Olsen, brother. How are you doing?
I'm wonderful. My team just got an elite edge rusher. We are.
Your team just won the national championship.
Yeah, another team just won the national championship. Things are trending up for Brandon Olsen. All right, that's all I'm saying. And then football teams start playing, and we're having a different conversation. But until then, things are trending up.
So it's intriguing how you presented him as a dominant edge rusher. He is. I mean, if you watch the film, that's no question about it. Now, my question is, how exactly does his utilization go into New York? Not necessarily throughout the foreseeable future, but this year specifically. You have guys in that room already like KT and Brian Burns. So, I mean, you have pass rushers, but how exactly does Abdul Carter fit into this mix?
And let me just piggyback on that real quick, because I saw some rumors about Kayvon Thibodeau possibly being a trade target. So just want to hear what you have to say about that as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, might not have a full group of all those edge rushers. Might not have a gaggle of edge rushers there for the, I almost said for the Florida Gators, so the New York Giants there. But yeah, look, I don't think that anybody is pretending that New York media loves Kayvon Thibodeau. It has very clearly been a very tumultuous relationship since he got drafted out of Oregon. I still love him. I still think he's a good football player, but sometimes things just don't seem like they're working out, I guess. But I love the fit. I think that Abdul Carter can come in, be more of a pass rush specialist than anything else in year one, because you've also got Kayvon Thibodeau on the final year of his rookie deal. We haven't been told if they have any intention of picking up that fifth-year option yet. And so I do think that this is a move that makes you better right away. I think that a lot of people know that, hey, most great pass rushes have 3 good pass rushers. The New York Giants now can have 4 because they have the best nose tackle in football. They're the best nose tackle on the planet in Dexter Lawrence, in my opinion. And so I think that having someone like that, as well as very talented edge rushers that you could actually rotate in and out, especially after letting Azeez Ojulari walk in free agency, upgrade. Is anybody here really going to say that Azeez Ojulari was this big impact player when you drafted Abdul Carter? Like, I think everybody would say, yeah, I'd rather have Abdul Carter than Azeez Ojulari. And so I think that the New York Giants, upgraded. You're still not an awesome team. I will need to be proven wrong about that one. But I do think that Abdul Carter is a fantastic draft pick, fantastic fit. And I don't even care about, well, now you have too many good edge rushers that you've invested in. Add good football players.
Yep.
Figure the rest of it out later. Just add good football players, especially when you're this high in the draft. You're picking this high because your team sucked last year. Like I don't care who you have at what spot. You're picking this high because your team sucked. So unless you have your franchise quarterback, I think that you just take whatever the best player available is. And it was Abdul Carter for me. I think he's the second best player in this draft. And so adding him to your roster is a huge plus for a team that desperately needs some talent.
100%.
So what happens at quarterback, you think? Is it just, Russell or Jameis, or do you guys, trade back up in the back end of the first round and try and get a Jackson Dart?
I saw some Jackson Dart smoke.
Yeah.
And I texted you during the Ole Miss Gator game. I was like, Jackson Dart screams New York Giant to me.
It's tough because if we go back a few years when we talk about Will Levis, and people would talk about Will Levis as this prospect, which I understood, all the hype around. As a Florida Gators fan, I couldn't get the Will Levis versus Florida Gators games out of my head. Like he beat him twice, but he sucked in both of them. Like he was awful. I just couldn't get those out of my head.
Ain't
Because I was
those
like,
the worst ones?
yeah, those were hard. And I was like, these Gators defenses sucked. And he couldn't do anything against them. And then we look at now the smoke is all around Jackson Dart for the New York Giants, potentially trading back up into the first round, which I wouldn't hate. I don't hate Jackson Dart. It's just that as a Gators fan, I'm going to think back to him throwing a pick, it getting called back for a penalty, and then him throwing another pick right after that to lose the game, and then the whole crying on the sideline thing. It's tough for me to get that out of my head, but I also understand that Jackson Dart has a lot of the physical traits that you're looking for in a quarterback. He's been very productive. He's got the tools. I struggle mostly with, I don't know how he'd translate because he played in a college offense that really isn't translatable. It's heavily reliant on the RPO, which is way more, we'll say, overpowered in college, where offensive linemen can get further downfield. You get deception more, abusing the splits of the hash marks. You don't get those kinds of advantages in the NFL. So I do think that's similar to when someone comes out of Tennessee's offense. I do think that there's valid concerns for, well, how will you translate to the next level? And I really don't know how Jackson Dart would do that. If he's the pick, he's the pick. I wouldn't hate it. For me, a lot of it would come down to simply, what are you giving up to move up? Because if you're moving up, you're getting the fifth-year option. And if he hits and you get the fifth-year option, that's fantastic to have for a quarterback. That's a huge advantage. But if you're giving up too much, I don't think it justifies it.
No, I think you're completely valid in that. And I think once you took Abdul Carter, you have a little bit more flexibility with the fans and everything. Now, if they had taken Jackson Dart there, I think Brandon would have been pulling his hair out on the podcast. So I think once you go and you make that legit pick, you have a guy who's going to be an impact player. Yeah, dude, why not just sneak into the back of the first round? Maybe send the Eagles some picks. Maybe move to 32. Well, would it change your mind about Jackson Dart if I told you that his eye black symbolizes Anakin's scar from Star Wars?
No, because I knew that. I knew that back when he was at USC. I knew that.
He shot out my draft board. I was like, Anakin Scar. Oh, dude, it was the day that I was just trashing him on the pod. I saw that and I was like, oh well, I take back everything I said. I'm fully on the Jackson Dart board.
Yeah, I knew that when he was at USC that was a thing. So I was just like, what? It doesn't. First off, that's not going to make me think that you're all of a sudden better at football. There is a certain
the
level
aura
of
points.
got
It's
that
the
dog
aura
in him.
points, dude. You're on the Philly Blitz. We take aura very seriously. Love hurts, dude. It's the aura.
That's negative aura, so I don't know why you just chose to do
Oh man, this
Negative aura.
Oh, well, you took
Pierre
far
got
too
off
long
the
to
phone.
respond to that, so now that's a negative aura for you too. There you go. How's that? And you have a visor, Dan Mullen. Calm down.
We all rocking
Oh,
love
buddy.
hoodie.
Oh,
This is a Sirianni
with the
visor.
pin.
Don't disrespect the visor.
Dan Mullen did wear the visor. That was
A
tough.
visor with the pen.
Hey, UNLV is back, baby. UNLV is getting all the old Gator recruits. They're back, baby. Let's go. What is UNLV? What is their mascot?
They're the Rebels.
Rebels. All right.
Rebels.
That makes sense.
You got to catch up on picks. Patriots just took Will Campbell 4th overall, and the Browns took Mason Graham 5th.
Oh, okay. Those are both
Very
damn good picks, I think. Will Campbell, I think the arm stuff was just, I get it. I understand it. But, dude, all American, all SEC, the guy is just he's nice, dude. Just don't overthink the pick. I think that's a damn good pick, especially with the way Drake May was running for his life last year.
I mean, theoretically, it sounds good, man. And I would love to agree with you, but that stuff matters when you get to the next level, man. And I just question exactly the success he have, specifically against rushers, speed rushers, and rushers that do maintain the length that he doesn't have. So we'll see exactly how it turns out. I'm almost ecstatic. I spoke on one of my Boom or Bust episodes about how it almost haunts me in my dreams. I think about it on a daily basis, why Peter Skoronski didn't get this opportunity with the Tennessee Titans. And I mean, I feel like this is the universe making up for it in the future of his own, with the Patriots selecting Campbell here. I mean, this is assuming that they'll play him at the left tackle position, but I don't see why they wouldn't. I'm just interested to see how it turns out for him.
Any other comments on Will Campbell, or should we move to the Mason Graham pick?
Yeah, it's just because my best friend is a Patriots fan. This is interesting because he did not want Will Campbell at all. And I mean, I understand it. Like you talked about Parth, like the short arms and everything like that. Like if you listen to any of the pre-draft information about him, like his best position is probably inside at guard. But, like you said, man, all the accolades that he's earned while he's in college, he's, a legitimate prospect at tackle. And you needed someone to protect Drake May. So, I mean, I get the pick.
All right, Mason Graham. Brandon, we'll start with you.
I like him. I'm torn on just the Browns in general. I have no idea what they're playing. I have no idea what they're thinking they're doing or what they're trying to do. But hey, I mean, good luck blocking him. Just like he's gonna have Myles Garrett. I don't think that there would have been a better situation for Mason Graham to go into. I don't know from the team perspective about how great it is, but I know from his perspective, like he's got an ideal spot right now where there's talent on that defensive line outside of Myles Garrett as well. Like he's in a great spot to get one-on-ones and win and cause some havoc himself.
Yeah,
Jim Schwartz
exactly.
Just got his Fletcher Cox.
Yeah. And Brandon, I know you got to leave, man. Thank you so much for joining us, bro.
Yeah, of course.
Gators, Giants suck, but we'll have you on.
I can't even argue. But thank you. Love you guys. And good luck. See you later. And have a great night.
Too, man.
Always, brother. Love you. Appreciate you for joining, man.
Love, man. Peace. All right. Pierre, you said nobody's blocking him.
That was Brandon.
That was Brandon. You go ahead.
But no, I mean, I think, like I said, Jim Schwartz just got his Fletcher Cox, right? Like, the dude is, him and Myles Garrett next to each other, bro. I don't understand, how you block that if you're in opposing offensive line. So, pass rush.
I forgot about how nasty the delay is, dude. Like we're talking about it, and I'm looking at the TV, and pick is in. Ooh, I wonder what it is. It was
talking about the delay. We're just cheaters who are.
I know. It's crazy, dude.
Jordan Schultz is spoiling every pick.
Oh, didn't he do that last year?
He always
him and Rappaport.
Yeah,
all of them are him, Arif, Jordan. They're all.
Hey, so Quell, give us your thoughts, bro. And Tyler, can you pull up the big board for us, bro?
So for Mason Graham, I believe he was the 5th player on my big board. I could be wrong.
4th.
There we go. But he's an interesting prospect, to say the least. I mean, as you guys mentioned about the arm length and things of that nature, he's a powerful guy. My favorite thing about him is the wrestling background. If you look into Mason Graham, he'd tell you himself that he was a puny dude when he got into the offensive line nuances and things of that nature, and he just had no understanding of leverage. He kind of was just an average blocker, and his coach.
Oh wait, not to cut you off. We can go back to you. We got 2 tidbits of information. Adam Schefter just reported Carolina is fielding calls about trading a number 8 overall pick, and the Raiders have selected Ashton Jeanty.
Yes, I like that. Exciting.
I don't know how much I like that, man. I don't know how much I like that.
They
need a line help.
Picks. You wanted sexy picks. You take what you
get. Here. I get it, but they need a line help.
Picks, bro. Listen,
you got a running back. Who's gonna block for him?
I mean, y'all just sit here and talk to me about how it's a deep class for the Eagles, and then you're gonna get mad when this team don't take offensive.
Every team isn't the Eagles.
They're picked ahead of the Eagles, which means they're gonna have a pick ahead of the Eagles later on, which means they're gonna have a chance to pick one of those offensive linemen that you're talking about.
I'm just hating.
I think Paul's right. I think the Raiders are talent starved, dude, and I think you need to bring in some excitement. I mean,
that's why they just paid Geno Smith all that money.
That's what I'm saying. And you got some little weapons there, and then you get Ashton there. He was playing in the general vicinity, Mountain West Conference. You bring him into the central what area? What would you call that area of the U.S.?
Vegas.
Yeah, like the general territory.
Kind of, it's not West Coast.
It's not. You're right.
It's like mountain time.
It's like Midwest.
No, it's
But
not
Midwest,
the Midwest.
no,
That's
Midwest is
horrible.
Minnesota.
Oh no, that's like yeah.
Yeah.
It's not. It's the only thing in
In
between the
between
West Coast is
and
mountain
mountain.
time.
It's weird. Yeah.
them.
It's a little odd. Yeah, it's just Vegas, but yeah, I get it. I get it. Quell, give us a little bit about it, bro. And look at that. Right after Ashton, and dude, look at that, dude. Just had the two, just had it one off, right? It was Mason Graham and Ashton with 4 and 5, and then 5 and 6 in the actual draft.
Your boy was
The
cooking.
big board. They followed the big board.
But starting with Mason, man, I mean, like I outlined with his wrestling background, his head coach sent them to basically the school's wrestling coach and told him, if you want to be successful at anything in this business here, you need to go see that man. And I mean, he taught him everything he knows up to this point about leverage, things of that nature. So when you have the opportunity to watch Mason Graham, the arm length may pop off the screen to some people. Like, he's a smaller guy, but buddy, you rarely will see him out leverage to outmaneuver, man. He spends most of his time in the B gap, but he is flirted with usage as one tech and even in the 4-eye and as a stand up. So I'm interested to see exactly how they use him here in Cleveland, kind of like you outlined here, Pierre, with the Jim Schwartz. We know that he religiously wants that extra guy in the box. So they'll create these one-on-one opportunities alongside the fact that he'll play right next to Myles Garrett. We thought that him playing next to Kenneth Grant, he would never find anything better, even once he got to the next level. And then somehow he ended up next to Myles Garrett, and it's like, oh, well, I guess it does get better somehow, huh?
So 2 comments. Chris, Mason Graham sporting the Brett Coleman facial hair is insane. That was nuts. And second, quick question, Quell. Where did Mason Graham go?
To hell.
It's my favorite thing to do. Anytime we get a Michigan player, I love to just be like, yo, well, where did this guy go again? Especially after you just talk positively about him. I'm like, let's test how strong those scouting goggles truly are.
Only player that makes it's one more player that from Michigan that tests my limits, but the only player that tests my limits in terms of that is JJ McCarthy. But nah, it's Will Johnson. Absolutely. As you can see by where he is on the big board.
Oh yeah, he's number 3, right?
Love Will Johnson
on the big board. Was he number 3? All right.
So,
I wonder when he's gonna go, man.
It's a very polarizing conversation.
He is. Let's talk about that a little bit because we've discussed the picks. We're ahead a little bit. Let's talk about the Will Johnson conversation because I see him all over big boards, and you've been high on him throughout the process. So give us the lowdown on it.
So for me, he has a very similar background, for lack of a better term, as one of Derek Stingley. Derek Stingley, who was highly successful as a freshman on a national championship winning team. And he kind of accomplished everything in his earlier years, which you wanted to see from him. That he kind of just got bored. I mean, injuries and other things played a factor in it, but he kind of just got bored. He was ready to get to the NFL level. And as you can see if he isn't, he should be right near the top in terms of highest paid NFL corners. I know he just got extended recently. So clearly the talent has been and always will be there with Stingley. But I see a very similar background with Will Johnson. Will, I mean, he showcased everything you needed to see, or at least on my front, his freshman year when he had the opportunity in one of those Ohio State Michigan games to be matched up with Marvin Harrison Jr. And I had the opportunity. I was kind of, I don't want to say watching the game with them, but I was texting and watching one of resident friend of the pod, Coach T, and he was telling me how you noticed anything different during the second half, and I was like, I mean, we can't basically we struggling to get the passing offense going. And he's like, look at who's on Marvin Harrison. And for most of the game, they had DJ Turner on Marvin Harrison, who, I mean, Marvin kind of had his way early in the process. And then in the second half, when they made the move to put Will Johnson, who was a freshman at this point in time, on Marvin Harrison, who ended up being a high draft pick, I mean, it kind of told a story as to what this young man was. And then you go back to exactly what he was able to do during the national championship run just a year ago. An outstanding corner. How I put it on my write-up, and I value players like this specifically when it's very rare that I use this at specific positions, but it's very rare that I use this quote specifically. But when I do, it's how you can tell I really love a player. But kind of plays to position like he's playing chess. He kind of wants to bait quarterbacks into doing. He's 3 moves ahead always from a standpoint in coverage, and specifically when he's utilized in zone coverage, how he can keep his eyes on the quarterback, how he's able to see what's going on around him, understand the spatial awareness that has to be taken advantage of, how he aggressive, he puts his foot in the ground and gets downhill. Basically, he is challenging quarterbacks to throw the ball beyond them. And he while there are some questions about his long speed and how he can be tested down the field, I've rarely seen him tested down the field. And it's because he's almost begging the quarterback to try him, and they won't.
We got to pick. So, and we'll rotate back. Sorry, Quell, I didn't mean to
You're fine, brother.
Interrupt you, but the Jets have taken Armand Membu. So I like that.
That's how you do it right there. You feel that's score 1 for the Q. I had that in my latest mock draft.
They needed somebody to replace Morgan Moses because he signed with the Patriots, right?
I believe so.
Yeah.
But even then, even outside of Morgan Moses, like the Jets have slowly but surely been in the midst of creating a solid, one of the better O-lines in the league, man. I believe they
AVT.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Joe Tipman is at center. They got like you said, AVT at the guard positions. They selected last year Olu Foshanu, and now getting somebody on the opposite side for an opposite bookend tackle. You got both of your tackles. You've kind of solidified the inside of your interior. I'm ecstatic about what the offense could be, especially when you look at a guy like Membu, who's a mauler in terms of run blocking.
Run game, that's what I was just
about to say. You look at the offense that I think that they're potentially trying to build behind the back of Justin Fields, man. They're going to run the damn football in New York. And they're building the offensive line that you're going to be able to run behind. So I'm a big fan of this pick.
This is what I was hoping they'd take. I'm here cheering for Justin Fields, man. Like, I want him to figure it out, and I think this is the type of place where you can do it. You got the solid O-line. You don't have the BS of last year with the Steelers and all the nonsense going on there. You have a team who's willing to take a chance on you. You got a couple weapons. You got a guy who you played with in the past, and now you got solidified O-line up front. Run the damn ball and then throw the damn ball. I think it's fun stuff for the Jets.
It's all about setting your quarterback up for success, man. Like, after seeing Justin in Chicago and everything that he went with there, and then, like you said, Parth last year in Pittsburgh, like, the dude has been through a lot. In his career, he's only been in the NFL for 3 years, 2 years. He's been through a lot already. So, it's good to see a team, finally trying to, invest in him and put something around him. Because the dude he's talented, no doubt.
Plant-based athlete, baby. Let's go. He's got a fan in me. Shukla Sheffin. Anytime, Justin Fields. Anytime.
I can attest. I've tasted Parth's cooking. I can attest.
Let's go. Bet y'all didn't know that about me. Multifaceted, multi-talented.
Hey man, I'll be in the kitchen too, bro.
Oh no, I know.
I'm in the kitchen too.
That'll be on your scouting report, huh?
Pierre makes salmon, not salmon. Salmon. Like, I made some salmon today. Like, hell yeah, Pierre. Send me that. Like, I made a taco bowl today. Yeah. Good taco bowl. Who doesn't like a taco bowl?
Salmon on Alfredo, man.
He's a big Alfredo guy. Oh my god, dude! Pierre loves himself some Alfredo, some shrimp Alfredo. Yeah,
bro. It's such an interchangeable food, bro. You can go salmon Alfredo, chicken Alfredo, steak Alfredo, bro. It's such an interchangeable.
It's just the worst sauce for you possible. It's just straight cheese and milk and butter. Pierre's like, I'm a young man. I don't care. I'm old and I'm washed. Hey,
my metabolism.
My metabolism. I have to take fiber supplements. So let's rotate back to Gene T real quick. I feel like we kind of glossed over that pick. Chris made a good point here in the chat that Bowers and Gene T is super fun. That's a combo where like you can You just be physical with people. And I think it's kind of interesting to see, as we just talked about the Jets, where they're building up their own line, and all these teams are trending towards physical football instead of just like the fun
It's a very Chip
States
Kelly
on the
football team right there.
Pete Carroll too. Pete Carroll too, with the Marshawn Lynch connection, Ashton Jeanty kind of comps.
But the point I was going to make is all these teams are starting to go for a physical football team. It almost sounds like another team set of blueprint.
I mean,
I wonder what it could have been. I feel like they planted some seeds, Quell, and then they watered those seeds, and then those seeds sprouted and bloomed.
The flowers.
Fertilized is the term you're looking for.
Well, fine. They watered and fertilized them, bro. Fine, dude. My bad. Yeah, put some fertilizer, put some water, sunshine, of course, oxygen. Continue love. Plants can realize when you're showing them love as well. They take words of affirmation. They did a study on that. It was really weird. But it's true. So, we built that up, and now the league is
talking about weed.
I'm here trying to be a professional and Quell's just trying to get These highlights are nasty though, dude. And I just another thing I wanted to say is people were like, oh, look at his tape he played. It was Penn State, right? He's still like,
man, Penn State. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe they had the top 5 defense this year,
and they had the number 3 overall pick on that team. And the point that I was going to make is just like, yeah, he averaged 3.3 yards a carry, and everyone's pointing that out as like, oh, it's so much lower than his normal yards per carry. But if you actually watched the game, like he was still picking up yardage. It wasn't his fault. His O-line couldn't do anything. So to your point, Pierre, hopefully that doesn't happen in the NFL. But
I think the thing on Ashton is I think he's, and I know I just said the O-line and everything like that, but the dude is damn talented, man. Like I think he steps into the NFL this year, and he's like, I'm not gonna say immediately like a top 10, top 6 running back, but he's gonna be up there. Like this is a skill set that I don't think we've seen since probably Saquon, honestly, at the running back, or Bijan at the running back position.
I don't know, man. He's a little different. Bijan was very reminiscent of the Saquon with the big play element of the game and things of that nature. This guy, how I wrote it down, he's a blast from the past, man. He plays a very physical brand of football that has been missed at the position.
Whoa, we got a pick. We got another pick, and this might be a shocker. Carolina has taken Ted McMillan.
Yes.
I like that.
I like it. I like
Bryce,
it, man.
Get
Bryce some help. I'm for it.
And you have the same connection that we were considering with the Jaguars with Liam Cohen. Dave Canales.
Yeah, I didn't think about that.
Be the Bucs coach. You have a very similar kind of receiver coming in, dude. The way Bryce looked at the end of last year, the Eagles game.
Yeah,
I'm in on the Bryce.
You have to invest in your quarterback, man. And I understand the conversations that the defense is in desperate need of help, desperate need. But they've taken measures. I believe they signed Bobby Brown to pair with Derek Brown. And they've taken some measures to improve the defense, but what they seen from Bryce the end of the year, you kind of have to, if you're an offense, if you're a coaching staff and a front office, you kind of have to invest in your guy, man. And getting him a guy like Tetairoa McMillan, man, I'm intrigued. Off their need of a number 1 receiver there, they could have stood pat and played a dirty game and tried to get one of these guys later on in the Trey Harris, Jada Higgins, but man,
Leggett and McMillan is nasty.
Leggett has to continue to make strides at the position, but if he continues to,
but the selection of McMillan kind of gives him that wiggle room to develop.
Let me present a potential comparison to you guys. Bryce Young had some comparisons to a Drew Brees. Ted McMillan maybe being Marquise
Evans.
Marquise Colston.
See, it's a very funny conversation. I guess since we're here, we got time to talk about it. Wow, Carolina, the pick hasn't even been announced yet. Where the thing about Ted and some of these other receivers that we're mentioning is that they've always embraced the physical element of their game. They understood who they were as bigger body receivers, and they played the game like that. Tet plays the game a little too finesse for me, man.
Yeah.
Like when you think about guys like Mike Evans or even Marcus Colston, like you mentioned, like I mean, his utilization is there. Like Marcus Colston, he was slant man for slant man with slant man.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah,
and
I
mean,
I understand what you're saying. He doesn't have that. He doesn't have that dog in his game where he's just like he's supremely talented, but he's not like he doesn't play angry the way Mike Evans. If you've seen Mike Evans get into fights on the field, you know what I mean. Like
when you watch him, watch Mike Evans, watch a Tet McMillan rep again in run. And then watch a Mike Evans rep against the run. And even during this time at Texas A&M, you don't even have to use modern day Mike Evans. Like just the physicality, the element that was to his game. Like if you ask me, Tet falls somewhere in a fine line between Mike Evans and Drake London. Probably a lot closer to Drake than Mike. But even Drake he figured out over time how to utilize the physical element of his game. Like when you watch Tet, it pisses me off when he is matched up against zone coverage and you contact him at the stem of the route, or even when he's matched up against press coverage. He doesn't really utilize his hands to try to get off contact and things of that nature. He does this little subtle shoulder drop to go under the contact. And I mean, it's worked for him for years. But kind of like you outlined, Parth, when you're the best player on the field, it's going to work for you. But how does that work when you translate to the next level and you got these cornerbacks who they're not as talented as a player as you are, but they play with that dog and they're going to be in your face for 60 minutes and they're going to make you play physical. I just think he needs to be able to kind of get that element of his game out of him, man. And I think I'm interested to see if Carolina is that place, because when you think about Carolina Panthers and the brand of offense that they play, I mean, look no further than the game that they played against the Eagles, man. They want to run the football. They want to get down ugly and physical. So it's either your number one pick at receiver is not going to be on the field because he can't block, or you teach him to do this stuff. So it's going to be interesting.
So to that point, you know, we just talked about the connection to Dave Canales and his history with Mike Evans and everything like that. Do you think, you know, that sort of connection, the fact that Canales has worked with a receiver like Mike Evans, you think that can kind of help him in terms of Tet's development?
So in terms of the skill set, like not necessarily the skill set, but the archetype, how he's built and things of that nature, I can see the appeal as to why a guy like Canales would want a guy like Tet, especially in this division. You've kind of seen the outlines for success there. I just think it kind of comes down to want to for Tetsuo McMillan. Like you sent the joke for. Give me a second, Parth. You sent the joke. It was a joke, but you sent the tweet to me. I think it was the other day where it was this thread going around, basically joking around about some of these players. But all good jokes contain true shit in real life. And when you talk, they were right. Tet don't like to lift weights. Tet don't like to watch film. Tet, like all this stuff is real when you and we can talk about the level of talent that he is as a football player and all that's cool. But you got to have the want to at some point at the next level, and he's going to have to showcase that he wants it bad enough.
That was going to be my question. It was is it that the NFL comp is Drake London? So look at that.
Boom, your boy is on fire.
Yeah, he is. But what I was gonna say is just like with Tet, I was wondering how much, like, was it that they didn't ask him to block that much? But what you said about want to tells me all I need to know. You know, if we're looking at the, I mean, actually, I don't even think that's correct, because I was gonna say, like, if you're looking at the Bucks connection, could you maybe even just flip the two and say, oh, Xavier Legette is your Mike Evans type of guy, and Godwin is your Tet kind of guy, but even then, Godwin is a physical receiver too. Like he's not afraid to get his nose dirty. So, and that's just how it is, dude. No block, no rock, right? So you better figure it out. Otherwise, you're not getting on the field. My brother's got a question here. How many years does Bryce have left in Carolina? I mean, what, he got drafted 3 years ago?
Wow.
I told y'all New Orleans was not taking Shador. I told you.
I didn't think they were going to take Shador.
Never made sense.
You know my theory about it. They just had Nussmeier. They're going to wait till Nussmeier comes out of school, and they're going to cook. unless they somehow end up with the first pick, and then we can have the conversation about Arch. But I don't think they're going to be that bad. But different conversation for a different time. Shout out to Ted McMillan and the Ulfala. But it's I'm baffled. I'm baffled. I mean, they need. I don't want to say need. They could use offensive line to help. I mean, they just had Ramsey.
They just lost, right?
Kind of retire out of thin air. So this is kind of on brand selecting a right tackle. But is it a reach? If you ask me, I don't know. It's
Kelvin Banks.
It's pretty high.
Where is he on the board?
29.
Wow. That is a little
20
high.
picks higher than what the big board is. And I mean, hell, Cam Ward got selected 20 picks higher than what the big board is. But it's a difference than what you're talking about a quarterback and that conversation with positional value and a right tackle. I mean, offensive line is important in general, but that's an interesting allocation of resource for New Orleans. I mean, clearly you can see. I mean, it kind of goes back to what Parth said a second ago. A lot of these teams, the blueprint of this draft so far, if I was to do a write-up after this, the takeaway is everybody wants to get physical. Mm-hmm. Everybody's playing a physical brand of football. They're going to go get them a physical player to match that physical brand of football. And I mean, it's the same situation here.
I mean, 80 song drop, no big deal. I got it in my head. No, I think it's interesting, dude. I mean, it's a little bit of a reach, but hey, if you have a guy that you is your guy, I think I don't know. Yeah. It's still top 10, so it's interesting. But let's finish the conversation around Bryce Young real quick, because I think that's an interesting question, especially with this draft pick. So I looked up the contract. Bryce Young this year is his third year of his contract, so he has one more year and then potentially a fifth year option. I think the way that Bryce Young ended the year last year, I think he's got a pretty long leash at this point in time. I think he'd have to be pretty spectacularly bad for things to change, but I just don't see that happening. I think I liked his makeup coming out. The only thing was that he's a small guy, but and this is why it's important that Ted figures out physicality. If you have a small quarterback, you need physical receivers and physical players overall. They just need to win.
And then I also think, them hiring Dave Canales, that kind of gives him a little bit of a leash too, because, after his first year, in Canales' first year in Carolina, you couldn't really, make an, assumption of Bryce or who he was or everything like that. And then last year, you had him being benched, in the first half of the season. Then we talked about, how he ended the year very strong, and then heading into this year, I think he does have, a bit of a leash, in Carolina. I don't think it's a situation where they're, getting impatient with him, regardless of, David Tepper and his style of ownership. But I think, Bryce is in a good spot. He's in a good spot. Them picking Ted, like we talked about, man, help your quarterback out, get him some receiving targets, building up their defense. So I think they're in a good spot.
Anything to say about that, Quell? Or should we move back to the Kelvin Banks pick?
No, I definitely agree with what you guys are saying. I mean, I think we could be having a similar conversation as to what Namar is saying if Bryce didn't showcase what he did to finish the season. He kind of bought himself and them some time with how he finished the year, because now it's the reason why you bring in a guy like Tetero and McMillan in this selection, because your quarterback flashed. He's shown the ability to be able to be a franchise quarterback. So he's checked off step one of the goal at hand. Now step two is to build around him properly to see if this guy can help you win for the foreseeable future. So they've kind of gone into the route of going to get him his guy. I mean, we've talked about them and Leggett. I believe Thielen's still in the building, at least for now. I heard they were taking trade offers on him, but he's still in the building for now. You got Jalen Coker. You got Jatavian Sanders, who they spent the second round pick on last year. And then, of course, the great arsenal of running backs that they have in the backfield.
If they can stay healthy.
It's just that one guy. But I have faith. But
finish what you were going to say about that. Well,
I was finished, brother.
Okay, so did you say that you thought Kelvin Banks was going to play right tackle?
Are they going to play him at left?
So what I had read is that he'd only played left tackle. So I wanted to confirm that. I didn't know.
He did, and Connor played right tackle, but I would assume this with the selection here, they would
Right.
work on
That's just kind of my question. And then I also just and I don't want to be crossing myself where I just said like with Will Campbell, don't overthink it. He played well at his level and he dominated, regardless of arm size. Kelvin is just kind of short, for a tackle.
That's the thing about both of the. Honestly, it was both of the Texas tackles, man. It was like you guys ain't really that long. But that's the problem with a lot of these guys. Like even up with Mimbo, and I absolutely love Mimbo. Mimbo is a my guy in this year's class, #1 offensive lineman on my board. But even in the same breath of saying that, a lot of these guys have tackle versatility or probably are just better suited to play tackle at the next level. Like it's so hilarious. Probably up until we get to
we got to pick
the Bears.
Colston Loveland at number 10 to the Bears. Yeah, he got taken before
Tyler.
What's his name?
Told us who tight end
Tyler
one
Warren.
is.
Tyler Warren.
Now, I'm intrigued because we know who Ben Johnson is, and we know what Sam Laporta meant to that offense during the time in Detroit. So I'm not surprised by the pick getting a versatile position, to say the least.
Can I ask you a question about
the player?
So let me ask you real quick, because with Laporta, right, we know that he's a strong blocker, like baseline. That
had to get there at this point, though.
Okay, so that was going to be that's kind of like my next question, which is in between Warren, and I know Warren, he was gadgety for a reason, but I also know that Loveland isn't exactly the most.
I wouldn't say he was gadgety for a reason. It was one of those.
So
the best weapon you had.
Who's the best? Who's the better blocker? Like inline blocker that you want at tight end out of the two of them?
It has to be Tyler, right?
I don't know, man. It's a really good conversation.
Inline blocker is why I asked specifically, because I know Tyler is like, he has that flexibility as a fullback to do all those different things.
Tyler has the flexibility and all of that stuff was cool, but Tyler as a blocker in itself was very underwhelming. You are excited about the prospects of what he could be at 6'5", 256. Like he has the size to be a quality blocker, but in terms of where he is at this point in time with his development, I'm not impressed by his hand placement. His pad level needs to be more consistent. He kind of just like he has to want to. It's just kind of getting the know-how and the nuances of the position together. But because it's kind of a big projection for him because he offers the size that you would want at the position.
Ditka. That's crazy. Cool. That is cool.
But
that's a hell of a drop. Yeah, that's awesome for the audio listeners who might be. If you're listening to a draft live stream afterwards, you're a sicko, but we appreciate you, dude. That's crazy.
But
sorry, I just wanted to say what Chris said. He said that this is the Bears' highest tight end pick since Mike Ditka in 1961.
So to kind of wrap up of what we was talking about. While Warren possesses the size that you would want for this inline blocker, he doesn't necessarily have the nuance there versus Loveland. He just is a damn talented receiver. And we could talk about the usage and things of that nature, but how I had somebody explaining to me, and this was a great the explanation was good enough for me when I heard it like that, where are we really going to have the conversation about Coastal Loveland, lack of blocking and things of that nature when Jim Harbaugh trusted him in line as the tight end when he was there? So, clearly he's able to do something at the position. It's just you kind of got to know your weaponry. When you're the best weapon that the offense has to offer, we're going to get you in position to win. So it's interesting, but I don't know.
I mean, would it be a stretch to say that Loveland is the better receiver of the two in terms of
No,
like
not a
route
stretch
running
at all. Not a stretch at all. Loveland is the better receiver of the two. It's just kind of with Tyler Warren, the do it all mentality, the usage, him as a yards after catch, just it's a demon in space, hard to bring down. It's very, oh buddy, look at this guy. But just
brother, you're getting a tackle and you're gonna like it.
yeah, there you go. See, man, after years of these conversations, I knew Parth would come around.
I know. I was thinking about it, dude. It's funny. I just as an aside, I was thinking about it. I was like, dude, like, how the hell are we gonna bring the people what they want? Like, Quell turned me to the dark side, bro. Like, what am I supposed to do now? Like, I was just arguing. I was like, no, you take a linebacker in the second round, and I'm like, no, you should probably take the center.
It's all right. Now I can sit back and listen to you and Pierre argue as to why I could have.
Yeah, you're going down, buddy. It's gonna be. We're gonna take Quell off the screen. It's gonna be love hurts. Oh man. So,
but all right, we are 10 picks through.
236 people win. Shout out to the 236 in the chat so far.
What do we think of the way the board has fallen so far? I mean, any necessary like surprises? I mean, I know for me, like I thought Tet would fall to the Cowboys at what did they pick 12, 13?
Yeah, somewhere around there where the Cowboys always pick.
Yeah. And Loveland going before Tyler Warren, that's kind of shocking to say a little bit because I thought, Tyler Warren, he was the consensus TE1 in this class, but obviously the Bears thought different. So what do y'all think about the way the board has fallen so far?
I think I'm kind of with you, man. I think Ted is kind of surprising, but I also get it. He was getting this type of buzz early on. I think the one that really surprises me is probably Kelvin Banks. Like Quell's big board showed. I mean, that's mostly what I had gone through. So based on that, it was a little surprising. I get the Loveland pick. I mean, Bears fans were apparently booing it. I don't hate the pick, man. If you're taking a tight end, I think it's.
I don't think the Bears fans booed it. I just think the Bears got.
Oh, the Bears got booed. Oh, they're in Green Bay.
Yeah,
they're in Green Bay. I didn't even think about that. Yeah. So other than that, I think it's pretty close to what we thought. I mean, Cam Ward, Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter. That was the top three.
This is top three, and Will Campbell's at 4.
Right. That's what we saw on so many mock drafts. So that's not surprising to me. Mason Graham is a good pick. Ashton, I think, is a good pick. I see the fit with all these picks. So, I see the logic.
So let me ask this back on the Bears and Colston Loveland thing. Do you think the presence of Cole Kmet, do you think that kind of had any impact on this? Because I know that Kmet, I mean, while he is a receiving threat, he's also, a decent enough blocker.
Didn't they run a lot of 12 on the Lions?
Yeah.
Like, didn't they
Yeah, I'm about to say between
that's the playbook with Ben Johnson.
Gordon, who was the other guy? Why am I?
Did they bring back Keenan Allen?
No, he's still a free agent.
Oh, that's so.
So it's DJ Moore, Roma Dunze,
and Colston Loveland,
and Cole Kmet.
I honestly like the idea of getting into 12 personnel more often than not. If you're the Bears right now, your O line is a work in progress, to say the least. Now you overhauled
they added a couple guys.
You overhauled it, but it remains to be seen how it plays out, right? You got to see how they all play together. I think if I have the choice, dude, after the hits that Caleb was taking last year, shit, dude, play out of 12 personnel, have an extra blocker out there regardless, then you can kind of see which way to go. But I mean, I love some 12 personnel. You know who really made 12 personnel famous?
Oh.
Gator Gray. Aaron Hernandez.
I mean, it wouldn't be draft day without an Aaron.
Wouldn't be a pod without an Aaron Hernandez dropping. Let's go, Robin Aaron. For you young kids who don't know, go look it up. Killer of a tight end, man. Killer.
I watched the FX in full. His the Hulu special thing that they had on him. I finished it.
I can't watch it, dude. I'm not gonna let them do that to my man, bro. No. They're not tainting his legacy, bro. He left a good legacy behind, and they're messing it up, dog.
He already tainted his own legacy, brother.
Yo, free Aaron, bro. He's innocent, man. Free Aaron.
He already tainted his own legacy is a crazy statement.
These views do not reflect that of the Philly Blitz. In
Oh
its
my
entirety.
God! Get the hell out of here, Pierre. You're here with the Aaron Hernandez drop every other episode too, bro. Get out of here. Don't.
You wasn't with me shooting in the gym.
Disclaimer here, buddy. We are a pro Aaron Hernandez podcast, bud. Get over it. Jesus Christ. Half of our longest rants have been based on Aaron Hernandez, dude. Shout out to the GOAT, man. 8-1, I think. You know, and we're only talking about him as a football player. It's a football podcast. Don't make it about him. Jesus Christ. The guy was athletic. All right. No, nobody's cutting my mic, dude. I bring it back. All right.
That boy Mike was hacked.
All right. I feel like we're in kind of like, pick is in for the Niners. Is it?
This is Michael Williams.
Is it Michael Williams? Okay, I didn't see.
I feel like it's a breath of fresh air for a Niners team that
they love their edge rushers.
It's kind of not even just see when you talk about Michael Williams, and that's what the most interesting thing about this selection is to me is where do the Niners utilize Michael Williams at? Do they continue to utilize him in the interior fashion like Georgia did during a lot of time? But Georgia moved him around a whole lot. Or do they kind of say that again?
That's what I mean. Like they moved around so much that I called him an edge. You know, like he's played all.
I mean, that's typically where he aligned at edge, but then you look at some of his reps and his most impactful reps, he was used along the interior, specifically because you remember the conversation that Pierre and I had last pod when we talked about the Texas A&M guys and how that relates to the Georgia defense, and they play the run first before they play the pass and things of that nature. Well, Michael Williams is the best run defender on that Georgia defense. And in order to get not just the most out of him, because he still has growth to make as a pass rusher, which is encouraging given the fact that I believe he has, 17 sacks through 3 seasons. And he isn't really a polished pass rusher, to say the least, at this point in time. So he clearly has shown flashes at a potential. But where he makes his money at is in run defense, man. The guy has 34-inch arms. He uses his length to his advantage. He's almost hilarious how long he is. Pause, that sounded crazy. But how long he is when he just attacks.
We talked about length, and I didn't say no Diddy last time. So now that the door is open, the no dits are coming.
When he has the opportunity to attach to a defender, man, or a blocker, he kind of has the opportunity to manage the leverage, maneuver the leverage. And just once again, how he has been able to impact the game as a run defender is how he makes his money. And when you talk about a 49ers team that just 2 years ago when they were in their Super Bowl run, this was the number 1 run defense in football. So for them this past year to give up the second most rushing touchdowns in all of football, something has to give with this 49ers rushing defense. And this is kind of them getting back to their basics.
You know, you talk about that, you know, you look at their offseason, you know, they lost a lot of guys on that defense, right? Like Javon Hargrave, he's gone. I know they lost Eric Armstead a couple years ago, maybe it's a year ago, 2 years ago. And I think they just needed a facelift, right? Like, you know, you look back at their, 2024 season filled with injuries all along their defense. And, Michael, he just gives them, like I said, a bit of a facelift, like you just talked about. When they were kind of at their peak defensively, it was when, they were among the league's, best, run defense or total run defense, right? Yeah, run stopping. So, this is a pick that's kind of, in line or, with the 49ers in terms of their philosophy and everything like that. And also they brought back Robert Saleh. So it's a new toy for him.
Ooh, that's an interesting pick. This
You got
is
a
one
pick?
of those picks. Yeah, it's one of them
Dallas?
picks where I don't blink. Yeah,
Who they
I
pick?
wouldn't even blink a little bit. Tyler Booker.
Wait. Oh, yeah, that makes a ton of sense.
It makes a ton of sense. And I mean, it's the interesting thing about Tyler Booker, especially considering the hiring of Schottenheimer this offseason and things of that nature, is the big thing about him is how he wants to utilize getting guys out in space, motioning players, things of that nature.
The thing with Booker is he can't. Yeah, he's not a zone blocker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting. He's more power and gap than zone. So it'll be interesting to see exactly how Dallas goes about utilizing him because I mean he's a really talented player, a silly talented player, and a locker room lover, man. Like when you talk about it, when you talk about how he was viewed in Athens, I mean not Athens, in Alabama, they talked about him. Daniel Jeremiah mentioned it on one of his pods where how they revered Will Anderson in Alabama. Like basically, when Will talked, everybody listened, and Tyler was that for the offensive side of the ball during his time at Alabama. So when you get that kind of locker room guy in, getting him at 12 is, I don't want to call it a bit of a reach. I mean, when you start to see exactly how the board for some of these offensive linemen have started to fall, I guess you see it. I mean, hell, we had Kelvin Banks go at 9. So at this point, all things are out the window. Go get your guy if you see him. But
why not? Why not Gray Zabel though?
Well,
that's
I'll
a
tell
good
you what.
question.
From a fully name-analytics perspective, Tyler Booker is a cowboy lineman name. You know, like that just
You can see the Booker and the blue on the back of the white.
I'm telling you, bro. Like it's a legit thing. Name-analytics is real. Name-analytics is real.
Shout out to Zeke Biggers.
Shout out Zeke
Trying
Biggers.
hard in the trenches like I'm Zeke Biggers.
All right, so who is next? We got up next. Oh, Dolphins.
They need to go
You
online.
saw the Jalen Ramsey thing.
I'm not buying that.
Yeah, neither
I'm not
am I.
buying that. I don't like if you listen to Howie this entire offseason, he's talked about the need to get younger with the looming financial situation that they're facing over the next couple of years. They're not trading for a 30 plus year old cornerback
He's just
who's
30.
going to be extremely expensive. Still, I'm not buying that. The Dolphins definitely are going. They should go O-line here.
I don't
They
know.
should go.
I think the
I'm
Eagles
with you.
have made a call, and I think it's one of them circumstances where Ramsey says he wants to play for a winner. I don't think that he'll be here for a long time, just a good time, and I just think that it's one of those typical Howie move. Man, shout out Tyler Booker. He is so happy to be here.
I know he's running out. That is awesome.
He is, yeah, he's meant to be a cowboy. How about that?
Zach Martin replacement too.
Mhm.
That's also what I was gonna say. I mean, look, he looks like he's excited to be a cowboy. How the hell do you feel as a Giants fan when Abdul Carter's last picture was him and AJ Brown with the personalized jersey with the Eagles Lombardi?
When he becomes the Eagle in 5 years, it's going to be amazing.
Oh man,
Absolutely,
Because you know it's coming. You know it's coming.
staying in the neighborhood.
Probably 6 years. They're gonna hold down the 5th-year option and franchise tag to the death of them.
Sounds like the Giants. Damn right. Yeah. So what were you guys saying with the?
Oh,
with
that's a great pull too, Coach. He's definitely that. Tyler Smith, Tyler Booker.
Tyler Guyton, is that his name?
Yep.
Yeah.
They've taken the Eagles approach with Jalen's.
Yeah. I think you could see Zabel actually go here to the Dolphins. You know, speaking of him.
In a perfect
Him or
world, but
Josh Simmons?
this is actually where, and if they were smart, yes, they would actually take an offense over defense lineman.
They're not smart.
This is honestly where the Malachi Starks and Warrior conversation start to heat up for you right here, especially with Javon Holland making an exit. So what do they do at the position? I'm not sure, but
If they were a smart football team, you know, like you like to talk about Quell in terms of, you know, them playing in the cold and being able to, you know, be physical and everything like that. Like if they take the path that this draft has gone so far in terms of teams being, you know, wanting to be more physical, they'd go, you know, Josh Simmons or Gray Zabel. But if it's the Miami Dolphins of old that we know, Mike McDaniel, the, you know, fancy cars and, you know,
the women and the caviar.
sexy, the women, the caviar, the sexy picks, they're gonna go the skill position player.
Well, who would you think of the skill position player here would be?
You gonna make me say it?
I mean, they need a
You gonna make me say it? Malachi Starks.
Yeah, Yeah, you could take Starks.
They gotta replace.
You gotta replace Ramsey too. Ramsey wants
yeah.
out. So I mean, you could. It's
Will Johnson.
That's what I'm saying.
He's still on the board.
That's what I was getting to.
Q, is this a Jade Brown or Jade Barron spot?
Yes, actually, we talked about what they could do with safeties and things of that nature, but Jade Barron would actually fit perfectly here. And this is another one of those defenses with Anthony Weaver, I believe his name is,
Baltimore.
where
from Baltimore.
Yeah, where they get freaky, for lack of a better term. One of these Pierre and Parth type of defenses where they just want the exotic pressures and the simulated stuff and the things that give you nightmares. The guys that utilize these special type of players in these special type of ways. This is definitely a Jade Barron type home. Now, again, if they were a smart team, they would invest in the trenches because Lord knows they need it, especially because didn't Armstead retire?
I think so, yeah.
He did.
Teron Armstead, yeah. I can see this being a Josh Simmons spot, I'm not gonna lie.
Is that Teron Arnold? That's cool. That must be real good friends.
Yeah, the Dolphins pick has not leaked yet. I keep checking Twitter. Nothing yet.
Could they be trading back possibly? Maybe Atlanta to get ahead of the edge run?
And Anthony DeBona said Jerry meant to say Tyler Warren but mixed up the name.
No, this is setting up nice for the Colts, though. You know, Tyler Warren, he's probably the guy I seen mocked to them most. He's going to fall out to them.
They got tight end at 44, brother. The Colts fans will be in heaven.
Because that's I mean, you can
Tyler
say
Warren is going to make it to the Colts, and I'm going to relapse the hell around the house. Another one of those Quell mock draft picks where it was there, and that was one that I stood strong on the entire way, never wavered. That was
because it makes too much. It makes too much sense. It makes way too much sense. I mean, they took what's the guy out of Virginia that they took last year before last, the tight end. What is his name?
Woods.
Yeah, Jelani Woods, but he hasn't really panned out, and you know, they just need help at tight end.
Dude, I'm telling you, 44, you get what's his name's replacement? Dallas Clark.
He said it's all New York for now.
Wait, Dallas Clark was picked 44th in the second round?
No, bro, they wore 44.
Oh, Tyler Warren, yeah.
Parth Trickle wore 44. Yeah. Sophomore year of high school. Yeah. 4-4. They didn't have the 8s. I wanted 8-4, so I took 4-4. Dusty ass number, man. What can you do? Hey.
You were still playing receiver at that time, right?
Tight end.
Oh, tight end. Okay.
Yeah. All right. Oh, okay. So according to initial reports, the Dolphins took Kenneth Grant.
Let's get busy then.
Okay.
Tell us about it.
That's. I talk about a team that needs a brand of physicality, a brand of man. We need to be tougher in the trenches, and this is one of those guys. How I put it in the scouting report is the term or the phrase a rare blend of size and speed gets tossed around a whole lot, especially during this time of year where you talk about different players at different positions. None of that means anything like the way it does with Kenneth Grant. Kenneth Grant is a massive, massive man. Yes, the dream has come true. Tyler Warren is a coach.
Just was about to say, look at that.
But,
bro, they wasted no time.
Not even a little bit. They was just waiting. Like, come on.
Good for them.
But
Shane Steichen got his Dallas Goedert.
And now we cook. Exactly. That's a great way to put it, Pierre. And how I put it in all of my mocks is they just need a quarterback's best friend. Somebody that can be the easy button. And, you know, I love when stuff like this happens. It's a similar thing that happened with me last year with Brock Bowers, where the conversation about guys like this is, man, your offense ran predominantly through you. When I just make you a piece of the cog instead of the cog, how does it work? And then they land in places where they can be the cog. Like you can realistically see this Indianapolis Colts offense running through Tyler Warren. I mean, you do the read option stuff that you want to do with whoever you have at quarterback, whether it's Jones or Richardson, and then with Jonathan Taylor in the backfield, and then you got Tyler Warren, who you can use interchangeably at different
Michael
places.
Pittman outside.
The continued development of Adonai Mitchell, they got weapons, man. It's fun to see, but kind of getting ahead of myself.
Yeah,
kind of
let's
move back to that Dolphins pick where when you look at a guy, Kenneth Grant, man, Kenneth Grant, just first and foremost, a massive, massive human being. We're talking about a guy 6'4", 331, 33-inch arms. And like I said, the phrase "a rare blend of size and speed" gets thrown around a lot during this time of year, especially when you talk about some of these guys from different positions. But when you look at a guy like Kenneth Grant, man, people that big should not move that fast. His lateral agility it's almost scary to watch. He has a rep versus Indiana that stood out to me, where Indiana, they did a great job of trying to set up outside zone, and the blend of size and speed that I just talked about is on full display, where he immediately burst off the snap. The center and the guard try to get to a double team before the center gets to the second level. And as the center gets to the second level, I mean, it was like he was never there, because as soon as he leave, Grant is just tossing the guard out the way and working his way to the backfield to impact the play. Like, he is a strong human being, man. A strong human being. Is very reminiscent of the Jordan Davis conversation. I'd probably think he's probably a little better athlete than what Jordan Davis was, which, again, scary to talk about, because you know how we felt about the athlete that Jordan Davis was. But I just think that where he is as a pass rusher right now hasn't quite got it figured out, but he has all the traits. When you look at guys, how somebody explained it, where you look at guys like Dexter Lawrence, who we just heard Brandon come on, who he thinks is the best nose tackle in all of football. Dexter Lawrence had a lot of these same traits when he first got into the league, where he didn't have it all figured out as a pass rusher. He had to kind of grow to figure that out. But what he did have is speed and ability to win quick. And that's exactly what you're getting from a guy, Kenneth Grant, where, I mean, you could talk about how he excels as a run blocker, and I mean, in one support, and rightfully so. He's just dominant there. But
I think the Dolphins needed some physicality. We were just talking about it. It just seemed soft, and their run defense was atrocious last year. So this is really just gonna. This could be a really big pick. You know, it's not a sexy pick, not something the Dolphin fans are used to, but this is the type that you need to build a legitimate roster that can play in the cold weather and doesn't just, fold as soon as you play somewhere cold.
Makes a ton of sense, man. Makes a ton of sense. Like you said, their run defense was, I don't think this is a stretch to say, atrocious last year. And so, like you said, Parth, this isn't necessarily something that Dolphins fans are used to in terms of, really actually trying to build out a football team in terms of the trenches and everything like that. But I think it's a step in the right direction for them. Like, they need to be more physical. Like, it's cute, you have Tyreek and what's the other receiver? I'm forgetting his name.
Yeah.
Waddle. Dang.
Yeah. Waddle and Tua and everything like that. But you got to build a real team at some point.
I agree.
Yes, and real team starts from playing real football in the trenches.
Yeah. All right, so Atlanta
taking the next step.
Atlanta is on the clock. Do they go Jalon Walker? Is this a Jalon Walker spot, you think?
Jalon?
Jalon. I call him Jalon.
Man said his name like a yogurt.
What?
Potential Mike Green landing spot.
I'm trying to think of the yogurts that sound similar to Jalon.
Nah, I don't think there are any that sound similar to Jalon. That just sounds like a brand of yogurt.
Bro, so you
Like
said Yoplait.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like, you look at it, if you read it, just read it. Nah, that's not what it's supposed to be.
Oh, man.
A Jalen Walker selection here will be kind of intriguing for Atlanta, especially considering what Raheem Morris wants to do. Like, we talked in almost tirelessly last year about them potentially getting the edge, in the first round. And if they did, if it was Dallas Turner or Latu or Verse, Turner will probably be the guy because Turner was the one that dropped in the coverage and things of that nature. And of course, none of this came to fruition, but it kind of laid out the blueprint of what the Falcons were looking for or could be looking for in terms of an edge rusher. And when you look at Jalen Walker, he's very intriguing, man, because he offers some really good stuff as an edge rusher. It's just about finding him a full-time home, if you ask me, man. And I think him in Atlanta spot like Atlanta gives him the opportunity to find that quote unquote full-time home, because you can continue to excel in the role that you do as a pass rusher while still continue to take advantage of some of the things that you do well as in coverage. Because I wouldn't necessarily call him Jahad Campbell in coverage. Jahad Campbell that's a different breed in terms of coverage linebackers, but he does well enough. You could drop him into the flats and things of that nature. He do little slight zone drops in the early parts of the field where he knows his area. He won't be lost in the sauce like some of the guys. How we make jokes like, is that Brandon Graham out there? It won't be no situations like that.
And I think it's a step in terms of the direction of like we like to call it positionless football, in terms of the versatility, being able to be multiple in the ways that you're deployed. Like you said, they were in on Dallas Turner last year, year before last, and Jalon, whatever you want to call him. I call him Jalon, but he does some of those same things, right? In terms of pass rush ability, coverage ability, like you outlined. So I wouldn't be shocked if he is the pick here, but I also wouldn't be shocked if it's Mike Green.
Time out. I just want to take a moment to read Nick Adams USA's mock draft. His pick for the Eagles: Shedeur Sanders, QB Colorado. Despite their triumph in Super Bowl licks, the Eagles' offense looked lethargic at times this season with Jalen Hurts at QB. The defense, led by civil rights icon Cooper DeJean, carried Hurts and the offense to an epic victory over the Chiefs.
I'll leave him alone because he called Cooper DeJean a civil rights icon. We need to put it somewhere in a mural or a museum. We need to find a great Philly museum, the art museum, right?
Did you see who he had going first overall?
No.
Jackson Dart.
Yo, we can hate him, but I have to respect the dedication to the bit, bro. It's a special talent, bro. Oh, about Caleb Williams, the Bears should take Riley Leonard, QB Notre Dame. The Chicago Bears boldly pivot from the Caleb Williams experiment, a woke liberal beta male whose locker room tears have alienated fans and teammates.
Wait, enter Riley, a pro-God Catholic crusader from Notre Dame, who reminds me of Tim Tebow with a rocket arm.
I wish we could have one of the guests we trying to get on, because I would love to just have the Riley Leonard conversation with him. One of my favorite things about Riley Leonard, one of the funniest things I learned about him during the scouting process, and it's been like this honestly since his time at Duke, was he has his mom text him before every game, "You suck," so that way he's prepared for when the fans and all that boo. If your mom tell you suck, can't nobody hurt my feelings, man.
That's Riley Leonard we're talking about.
Yeah,
I don't know if I would draft him.
Well,
all you see is Pierre.
You're not.
It's hilarious because this one of Shavin's favorite bits, especially during the preseason. She died laughing every time she see this. But you see Nick Sirianni, he sit there with his arms folded. Then a penalty happened or something happened. He take the pencil off the hat, pull out his little notepad, and start writing like, you just made the list. Pierre just heard me say that and was like, off the board. Not him. All right. Who's next?
Dude,
character concerns.
I gotta say, this is remarkable, dude. We are at 1 minute left on the Atlanta pick. No leaks.
Nobody knows anything.
No leaks. I don't
So
think
wait.
they know what they're
I know
doing.
this. I know this has happened one time
Once
before, right?
I
With
think it was the
Minnesota,
Vikings, right?
and they missed their pick. Doesn't it just keep going until if
Until you
Atlanta
turn
missed their
your
pick, it will
tone
keep going until they turn a card in, right?
Mm-hmm.
They got 44 seconds to figure it out.
My TV says 35.
Oh.
Somebody said Will Campbell was dressed like a Cajun pimp. Pro Bowl on the way.
Who was it? Who was dressed like that?
Will Campbell.
Will Campbell. Hey, you guys see that video of Coach O speaking Cajun French?
No.
Oh! Shout out
was-
to friend of the pod, Shaq. It kind of brings me to the question that I wanted to ask after Parth asked his question. So here we are, pick 15. The pick
Got
is
it.
in.
Jalon
One
Walker.
second.
Philly Blitz called it.
First Georgia player taken by Atlanta in the first 2 rounds ever.
The
Wait,
Falcons
what?
have picked the edge rusher. Yeah.
Ever.
That's the first time they've taken a Georgia player?
The last time they took a UGA player was like the 6th round in like the 90s. Yeah.
I wonder why.
Very odd. Well, probably because they get speeding tickets in the state.
Yeah, you don't
Goes
want
up
to
on
keep
their
it there.
on their like background check and everything. So
The University of where's my keys, bro?
I'm good to drive. I'm good to drive.
Just give me the keys, man.
Yeah, I think that's a good pick for Atlanta, man.
Yeah, we've kind of outlined exactly what he
Yeah.
can do there.
I don't know what else to say.
We kind of seen into the future. It kind of gives me an opportunity to present the question. Well, first of all, let's take a moment of silence. I spent 6 months tweeting future Philadelphia Eagle Jalen Walker, and he's a Falcon. God damn. Hate it
He's
here.
a bird. He's a bird, just not an eagle.
Yeah, you're right. I wasn't wrong. I just wasn't right. But so here we are, 16 picks in. Cardinals on the board at pick 16. How do you feel about how the board has failed in terms of a Philadelphia Eagles metric?
I think it's
I
still
feel-
going damn well for us.
Yeah, I feel very good, man. Walter Nolan's still on the board. I know there was some chatter that he could go top 15. Malachi Starks is still here. Jihad Campbell is still here. I feel very good, man. Let him keep falling.
Yeah, I think this has been a good way for the board to fall. I think we'll probably see some quarterbacks taken in the next 10 picks. I feel
Shador.
Shador.
Pittsburgh?
Yeah, we'll see if somebody moves up.
Shador is going to get going 21. I keep
Pittsburgh,
telling me
yeah.
and Pierre had this conversation.
Who's 21?
Pittsburgh. He's
Oh,
like
it is.
getting
Oh,
past
that's what we've been
Mike
talking about.
Tomlin, Mike Tomlin loves him.
Yeah, I think he's going to be a Steeler. So, yeah, like I said last time, I thought Jalen was going to be a Steeler. But, I mean, luckily he wasn't. I think he'd be a good fit there. I think it'll just –
So what does Arizona do here at 16? Is this an edge rusher? D tackle? I definitely think it's going to be defense.
receiver.
They just drafted Marvin
I
Harrison.
know.
But they could always finish the segment. I mean, Marvin Harrison. Do you truly believe that Greg
Emeka?
Dortch should be exactly, especially with Emeka who lives out the slap primarily?
Played with Marvin Harrison, like dominated with him.
And I mean, they clearly have an affinity. They could also finish off the offense.
Wait, I have a question. Since we're talking about the Cardinals, did you guys take the bus over here? Who drove?
Pew pew shots.
Shots.
Explosive. That's
Explosives.
That's what we won out of you. I hate him. And all. Even though we won, I hate him. We should have 2. We should have 3 total. God. All right, move on.
Question: who's the best player who would possibly fall to the Eagles at this point? Let's pull up the board.
I want Walter, man. Give me a Walter. If it's not Clayton, I want Nolan. All right.
If it's not Clayton,
we're talking about the name, is it alliteration?
But look at this guy. Look at this guy. I just knew it. If it's not Clayton, I want Nolan.
Listen, I'm just telling you how I feel, man. It comes from the heart every time. All right. But listen, if we're at 32 and Walter Nolan is there, you run up there and you take that. You take
There are two guys who, if they're on the board at 32, you run
I
up.
was gonna start
Starks.
Walter
and
Nolan.
Walter
Bro,
Nolan.
stop copying me, dog. Stop copying me. Quell, can you tell him, bro? Tell him to get his own ideas. Oh, yeah, I'll trade up for Walter Nolan. Thanks, man.
Tell him. Last time you said trade up for Malachi Starks. It's my turn.
It's my turn. All right, so the Cardinals are taking a long time too. Yeah, I think it's. I mean, yeah.
Gray Zabel, man. They better pick Gray Zabel. Let's not.
No, Seattle. I'm pretty sure Seattle's taking Gray Zabel right after Cincinnati at what is that?
Seattle has
18?
to take Nicky Man Warrior. I don't think it'll happen, but they just have to.
Take who?
Nicky Man Warrior.
Okay.
Why you say that?
Yeah.
Because it's just a beautiful fit there, man.
With Rick
One of
Woolen.
those, I feel like not even just Rick Woolen. I feel like he's one of those kind of players where he needs a specific home. You can't just give him a home and say, yeah, you're going to be a productive safety at this league because your skill set allows you to succeed doing this, and that. His skill set is it's an acquired taste, for lack of a better term, and you have to be able to utilize it properly in order to get the most out of him.
Hey, bro. Side note, I just saw something on Twitter. I just sent it in the chat, but Kelvin Banks Jr., they have a video of him receiving the call, and I don't know if that's his girlfriend or wife or who, but she's holding a child, and she started clapping when he got picked, and the child, the little baby, like threw up. And somebody quoted it and was like, he's so upset his daddy going to play for the Saints that he threw up.
That's some Shamar stuff right there. They just everybody excited in the room, man. Look at me. I can kill the mood. The dream is dead.
Did they
No.
They took Walter Nolan?
No. I hate you, Cincinnati. Or I hate you, Jonathan Gannon.
Who
Did you
they
take the bus today? It's okay, even if you didn't. I'm sure Walter Nolan to have them with explosives.
All right. Well, Walter Nolan, you're on my shit list now, buddy. Sucks for you, bud.
That is a typical. I can understand why Jonathan Gannon made this.
Yeah,
This is a typical Jonathan Gannon type of selection, man.
Disruption causer.
Mm-hmm. Banking on the traits.
No, I get it. I don't even want to talk about the Cardinals, bro. I hate him so much. I genuinely hate him, bro. Such a loser. I can't wait for him to get fired. That'll be the best day of my life.
I don't think he's going to get fired.
No, he's going to get fired, bro. It's a matter of time. Jonathan Gannon's never winning anything of significance in his life. All right. And he's no Bruce Arians. All right. He's the man who made the Cardinals organization. All right. Built the Cardinals organization in modern day.
So as we said, who's the best player left on the big board? Is it Jahad Campbell?
Mike Green. Unless.
Oh yeah, Mike Green.
No, Jade Bear.
Still here.
Malachi Starks.
Malachi Starks.
Will Johnson.
Malachi Starks. And Will Johnson, Malachi Starks, and Jade Bear. So for draft that, and I mean, it kind of goes to show you how it's a blessing and a curse to say the least. But when the defensive side of the ball is so good on this draft, it kind of causes a bunch of people who should be selected early. And I mean, this is the kind of conversations that I was having when we were going through the mock draft process, where it's like, yo, you one specific pick could change everything. And here we are at pick 17, and Will Johnson, Malachi Starks, Jade Byrne, some of these guys that we thought were surefire top picks, top 10, 15 picks, and they're still here. Will Johnson is approaching Philadelphia Eagles territory, I will say. It's getting to a point where Will Johnson or Malachi Starks just might be an Eagle.
But with no, never mind. I'm mixing him up. Because Jedi Baron is the one who plays more in the slot, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he can play
Oh,
outside.
Eagles must have been.
Yeah, but he played better in the slot. Is what I was reading. I thought, Pierre, or is that incorrect?
Who?
Jedi Baron.
I don't want to say he played quote unquote better. I mean, he was utilized mostly from the slot. Flew out the
Where would you play him if you have him drafted? Where would you
I'd
play
play him in a. I'd play him in a nickel because
So
I feel like he can approach that Cooper DeJean.
So that's what I was about to say. So Will Johnson is not. Will Johnson is just exclusively outside.
I don't want to say he's exclusively outside. He can play wherever you want him, but I mean, like, so
the Eagles draft him, right? So what I'm trying to get at is Eagles centric, right? I wouldn't take Jedi Baron because we have Cooper DeJean, and it feels like those.
Yeah,
skills
but Jade Baron could also play outside. He also offers the position versatility. God forbid, of course, if anything were to happen to Cooper, you'd be able to move him in. Like it'd be a seamless fit having versatile defenders across the board, with the exception of Quinyon, or even Quinyon maybe because they cross-trained them last year.
Inside last year, yeah.
There's a player tomorrow in day 2 that, I think they're looking at to kind of be that backup to Cooper DeJean.
Who's that?
Jacob Parrish, Kansas State cornerback.
Me
he can also play outside.
Yeah.
What's that?
Me and you have such an interesting outlook on Jacob. I mean, I think Coop was purely a zone cover corner. He could play man coverage. We've seen from the Carolina game, and I mean, you guys read the scout report last year. Didn't really like him moving laterally and things of that nature, but he was clearly a zone guy, a little better keeping the game in front of him compared to a guy in Paris who I think Parrish can play zone. He's cool in zone, but I think he's at his best. He excels in man coverage. Outside of Azurier Thomas, Parrish was the next cornerback that I watched in terms of man coverage and was like, man, this dude, they'll make him like him in this class here. So,
do you think the Bengals take Jahad Campbell?
I don't know. I don't think so. I think they need a defensive lineman.
So who do you take here? Who do you take here if you're the Bengals?
Nolan is gone, which makes sense why they took Nolan. They tweeted that they stole him from the Eagles, but he probably stole him from the Bengals.
I agree.
Especially with Grant no longer on the board.
Shamar Stewart. I mean, we're getting to that point in the draft where edge rusher wise, you're betting on traits, right? These guys have some good film, but you're hoping that they pan out even further in the NFL, right? With Shamar, James Pierce Jr., those kinds of guys, they didn't put it all together yet, but they have the measurables, right? Is that fair to say, Quell?
For the most part. I mean, it's a fair blend of both. Where, I mean, you see a guy like Mike Green still up there, Donovan Nazaruk, who was pretty high on my board.
Mike Green has the off the field issues where the fact that it's twice at two different places, and he has the sexual assault issues. He had it once in high school and then has the same thing happen in college. I think it might have happened even again in college because that's why he left Virginia, if I remember correctly. But yeah, I mean, especially for the Eagles, that's not really the type of guy they take. That's interesting. Odafe Owe went to Penn State, right?
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah, raw guy coming out, but
Jason Owe.
I thought Odafe played less than Shamar had. I thought he started.
It wasn't necessarily that he played less. It's just limited production. Mm-hmm. Like the David Ajabo conversation.
Fair.
So Seattle on the board, man. I'm interested to see exactly what the Eagles and go to hell, Arif. Or not Arif, but Ari. Talking about they stole it.
That's so corny, bro. Get the hell out of here. I get it because everybody kept talking about him, but if he's at 16, he didn't steal him from the Eagles.
Yeah, man.
Don't ever mention Jonathan Gannon to the Eagles in the same sentence. Good Lord. Oh, yeah, I just saw the baby throw up. Oh, man. So, yeah, what do you think?
The Seahawks are trading down with who?
Oh, little trade action. Some slop. Let me see if I can find it. Seahawks are on the clock. And if y'all have seen anything, just throw it in the chat for us. Oh yeah, see, that's my cousin, Travis Hunter, dude. I'm happy for you. You deserve it. you guys have suffered in pain too long, and he's a Lightning fan too. So I'm pretty sure they just lost to the Panthers, and it's weird, Quell. You know, like I don't know if it's the Stanley Cup, but like there's at least a playoff game going on between two Florida teams. It's the Florida Panthers and the Tampa Bay Lightning.
Oh, why is there a Tampa team and a Florida team? Wouldn't the one team represent the entire state?
That's what you would think, but I'm pretty sure the Panthers are like Miami. Actually, let me look it up. Florida Panthers, yeah, based in Miami. So North Florida versus South Florida.
Okay, that makes sense.
All right,
That makes sense.
dude. The draft is so frustrating now because I look up at the TV, it's still on the Bengals, and we're onto the Seahawks. And we're like, oh, the Seahawks are trading. Like, can somebody just tell me what the hell's going on?
Man, they gotta milk everything.
Dude,
you gotta let everything develop.
It's all about the bets now too. That's why they're like they told Tennessee that they had to delay their pick as well, and it's all just coming down to
that's not even just about the bets. The NFL did that. The NFL has been pretty big on telling the team with the first pick, you can't don't announce your pick and don't say who you picking early. Like it was a point in time, I don't know if you remember, but I know when I was younger, last time I remember this specifically happening, it was Mario Williams, where the lead, who was the Bills that drafted him? No, it was the Texans drafted Mario Williams, and they had told Mario Williams he was going to get drafted like a week and a half before the draft had even happened. Like they announced it publicly, and after that happened, the NFL was like, about the day before the draft, they was talking about contracts and things of that nature. Like he had signed this deal and all that. I'm like, what? But basically, right after that, the NFL basically told teams, "You killing our dollars by doing this."
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. You know what I remember about Mario Williams? Do you remember the contacts, dude? It was terrifying. All right, hold up. I got the picture pulled up, bro. He put in red contacts.
Oh yeah.
Terrifying, dude. We'll see if we can share it once Pierre's back, but that was horrible to look at, dude. Just absolutely atrocious. All right. So let's see. We're looking at the Seahawks. Let me pull up who the Seahawks kind of got.
I'm back.
Dude, finally. My God. Like I was dying just talking to Quell. Like, what am I supposed to talk about, bro?
Right.
You said the picture. I was listening though. You said the picture of
Mario Williams with the red contacts, just terrifying looking, bro. No. If Jalen Carter did that, I would have the fear of God struck in my heart, dude. I'm not gonna lie to you.
This one.
You're funny.
Yes, just like, bro, why? What came over where he's like, yo, let me put in some red contacts. Just looks demonic.
This Seattle pick, I'm pretty sure it's going to be Grace Abel.
No, they're trading back.
Oh, they traded back with who?
Well, Schultz tweeted that they're trading back. Okay, so the Seahawks are open to moving back, and so are the Bucks. Could someone move up for a QB? That's what Rappaport just tweeted too.
No trade. The pick is coming. The pick is in. No trade.
All right. So it's probably Zabel then.
Good call, P.
Is Zabel?
Yep.
It makes too much sense.
Yes, because he can literally play anywhere on their line,
and they need help everywhere.
Everything. They need everything. Like it's so maniacal.
If Tampa Bay next, if they don't take Jahad Campbell, I think he's an Eagle, brother.
Mike Green to Tampa Bay might be something to keep an eye out for.
There's a
I was
lot of guys
thinking-
still on the board,
I was
man.
thinking Donovan as a Raku, but Mike Green to Tampa Bay might actually be a possibility here.
There's a lot of guys still on the board.
Donovan,
Will Johnson's medicals have to be terrible for him to be falling this far.
That's the only thing that I can think of.
what's it? How big is he? Like what?
He's not a little guy. He's like 6'2".
Interesting. I feel like he doesn't. Oh,
No,
there it is.
he does everything.
And Will Johnson's knee issue hurting draft stock 8 hours ago. 6'2", 203. Dude, that's damn good size, man. Like I don't think you can ask for better size at corner.
So who do you not want?
Shout out to
Like,
friend of the pod, Anthony DeBona, with the most hilarious tweet, kind of quoting everything that Brandon Olsen's saying when he was here. Kayvon Thibodeau tweeted, "Yeah, we going crazy," and DeBona quote tweeted and said, "We," basically insinuating that guy ain't gonna be here.
I mean, they did pick up his option though.
I mean, yeah,
It was
but
kind of the
if
deadline.
you're gonna move him, I'm about to say, if you're gonna move him, how can you move him without picking up the option? At that point, team's gonna have to pay him, and it lessens the value of what you're gonna get back.
So we know that that Anthony put together that list of top 30 visits that the Eagles had, and we discussed that sometimes they go off of those, sometimes they don't. But to this point, the only guy who they've had in for a visit that's off the board is Walter Nolan. You know, everyone else that they've had in for a visit still there. Now, a lot of those guys, I think the only first round kind of guys who've gotten buzz are Malachi Starks and Donovan Ezeraku. But, you know, interesting to see that they were really, really focused on the later guys to bring in for visits. And that means that they kind of have an idea of who they would take in the first round, or they're just really willing to move back. So it'll be interesting to see what they do once we get to our pick. It'd be really nice if they could just be faster with the picks. You know, this nonsense of waiting.
Yeah, but as much as I'd be kind of underwhelmed by an offensive lineman pick, I'd understand it. And then, like you said, Parth, like a lot of the guys that they met with were, trench guys. So, I mean, it tracks for Howie and his MO and everything like that. So,
Agreed.
Tampa Bay here, like you said, Q. I think it's either Ezeraku or Jihad Campbell.
I like Ezeraku, Philly guy, by the way.
Yeah.
Born in Philly.
Hell of a pass rusher too. Probably the best, most pro-ready pass rusher in the class.
Right? Yeah, I think what it comes down to with him is measurables.
Yeah, because he's small. He's small.
Yeah, he's technician. He's just small, and the physicality isn't what you would want it to be, right? Like you can be, I listened to this a while ago. I think it was Sean Syed who said like you can be smaller and physical, but you can't be small and not physical. Right, like Nolan is a smaller defensive end, which is ridiculous to say because he's a massive human being.
Bro, seeing him, I know I said this in the chat, but seeing him in person, he's from Savannah. I live in Savannah, so not
Pierre's the Don of Savannah, bro. Like if you go in, you have to check in with Pierre. Make sure you do. Don't show up to Savannah unless you check in.
But no, seeing Nolan in person, he's actually very much smaller than I would have thought he would have been. And I don't know if that has to do with him rehabbing.
Really? I thought you were about to say the opposite. That's interesting.
No, he's smaller, like much smaller, like in terms of like strong, like physical, like big.
Physical, big.
He's much smaller.
This is groundbreaking analysis in terms of not it's physical. It's there. No, I mean, he's not a huge guy, right? You think of an NFL defensive end, you're like, oh, like Max Crosby, right? Like that's like the prototypical like defensive end in the NFL. But yeah, but it's the physicality that no one plays with, and that's how he played in college too, right? Like he blew guards up at every level, and I like Donovan, but I just don't think he has that level of physicality or strength. But pick is in for Tampa Bay.
What if they pair Malachi Starks with Antoine
Winfield? I've seen that. I've seen that a couple times. That would be exciting, man. You got to give Tampa Bay fans something, bro. They just lost in hockey. So, we're up on sports here. It's the Philly Blitz. We're not just focused on one sport. No pick
Somebody-
yet?
Wow. So Jimmy Kimsky.
Something's
Jimmy
going to happen with
Jimmy
Shador at
Kimsky
the
just
back end of the first round.
Jimmy
what I
Kimsky
thought- that's what I
just
thought-
reported.
For.
Jimmy
Sorry.
Kimsky just reported. He
Wait,
said,
who reported it? Because you didn't
Jimmy
just say it 6 times because we kept interrupting you.
"I'm sorry." Yeah.
We kept interrupting you.
He said that I had what I think was good info from several reliable people that they being the Eagles will try to trade up for him being Walter Nolan if he got into the 20s.
That would make sense. I mean, that based on the reports we've seen consistently is like they would move up for the right guy.
Yeah.
For the guy that they want. And I mean,
Whoa.
Walter was like as nice of a nice little Milton Williams replacement as you could kind of
A
grab.
much needed pick for a much needed team, but
Tampa Bay.
wow.
They-
Emeka Ibuka is a Tampa Bay Buccaneer.
Oh,
That-
really?
yeah, that's the
It's
face
Godwin.
that I'm making. It's
Godwin? Is
yeah.
Godwin
I
still
don't
there?
know. They brought him back, and Godwin had teams that offered him a whole hell of a lot more money than what Tampa Bay was.
When's he
offering.
going to recover? I mean,
Sounds like the recovery's going well.
but didn't they just draft Donovan McMillan too, right? Like last year?
Who?
Donovan
Jalen McMillan.
Jalen McMillan.
They did. And he
was a
operates-
second-round pick, wasn't he?
He
Yeah, they did.
operates.
I didn't think
He did operate a lot
he's a
out of
slot
the
guy,
slot,
right?
but
That's
he
a
can
piss
also
poor
take you
allocation
in
of
there.
resources, bro.
I don't like that, dude. I think this is the first pick I don't like.
Very bad allocation of resources.
I mean, I would like to
The
agree
Howie-
with you
the
guys,
Howie
but when you
Roseman-
think about like you talk about Godwin, who's coming off that horrific knee injury, and I mean, yeah, they re-signed him, but what exactly is the player that you're getting back? And it's not like that. Damn, Mike Evans is getting any younger. Like, I'm honestly surprised that Mike Evans was brought back this year, but he's heading into the last year of his deal. Like, we're going to be talking about a team that has needs at wide receiver in about 365 days. So they're kind of getting ahead of the 8 ball, but I get it.
It's just like Amike was best at as a number 2, right? Like I think that was
That's a subjective thing to
You
say.
think that's
I mean,
unfair?
when you play next to Marvin Harrison and then Jeremiah
and then
Smith,
JJ, yeah,
like-
that's fair. That's fair, but I don't know. It's hard for me to envision guys who are number 2s in college immediately going up and being number 1s, right? Like Jalen Waddle, for all of his talent, I think he was a pretty clear number 2 to Devontae Smith, right? When we look at it, I think Devontae has had a more successful NFL career, and there's a lot of things that go into that, but it's just tough to have to step up, and that's why they traded for Tyreek. Like Jalen couldn't just be the number 1 receiver. I think Amike is really talented, but I mean, if you're losing Mike Evans and then you don't know about Chris Godwin, then your plan for the year after is Amike and McMillan.
I mean, that it's on brand though. You got two football players that are damn good football players at their positions. They're interchangeably between the inside and the outside. They do the little things, specifically Mecca in terms of him as a blocker. I did nothing but gush about him. That's probably my favorite trait about his as a prospect in general. What he does as a blocker, how it opens up everything else, and how you can use that for him as a receiver, just otherwise. But basically how you have 2 guys who you can use him from multiple platforms to be successful in a multitude of ways, can run a bunch of different things from running the passing sequences while keeping the same personnel on the field. I can understand, like, if you're going to sit here, I'm not surprised by any metric. It's why Emeka Ibuka was my wide receiver too, that he was the second wide receiver off the board. But if you want to sit here and say that there are a few other guys in terms of upside that you probably could have gotten, maybe a Matthew Golden, where you understand the selection, I get that. But I expect Emeka Ibuka to be a really good football player for a long time in this league. And sometimes it's just nothing wrong with drafting good football players. And you can figure the rest of the situation out later.
I think you're totally right. I mean, this is going to sound insane after the fight that we had a couple of years ago, Quell, but I don't know if I understand the allocation of resources, right? I don't know if the delta between Amike and a guy you can get maybe a little bit later is as vast as, I don't know. I think you just have other holes on the roster that you need to fill. I thought that, edge, you signed Hassan Reddick and you have that, but I mean, it's been
Levante,
2-3 years.
David isn't getting any younger either.
Levante David's not getting younger, right? You
Rod
lost
Campbell's right there.
You lost Devin White, accountability group chat, # shout out. But yeah, I could have thought linebacker or edge is where they would have gone. It's interesting. I don't know. I get it. And you can look at it as the way that the Eagles do with linemen, right? Where it's like building upon a strength. I totally understand the thought process. That being said, I don't know if I would have built along a strength in the first round at receiver. But we're still in the what? I guess we're out of the top 16 now. So
the Howie Roseman.
Yeah, I guess
Howie Roseman and me.
The Giants are desperately trying to get up for Shador.
The Howie Roseman in me is frowning at the Buccaneers.
Yeah, that's so funny that the Giants are trying to get up because today there's like all the reports that the Giants had a horrible meeting with Shador and that they hated him. Did you guys see that?
All that pre-draft stuff, man.
It's so funny. Day of the draft, it's just like all the bullshit stories are just
I don't like that, man. I don't. That's one of my least favorite things about draft season, bro. Like all of those anonymous reports from NFC, AFC executives.
But I think the thing you have to remember is that like we're the ones consuming that. You know what I mean? Like the ones in the league, they actually know. They have like a pulse on like what's going on. It's our dumbasses who are like, oh, JPA football just told me something. No, bro. ML football said something different. You know what I mean? Like it's because we're starving for information. But I understand what you're saying. Honestly, if you were to ask me what the worst part about the draft season is it's like literally the recurring joke of like, hey, every prospect we have, and I don't know if it's been this bad this year because I haven't had the volume on. Let me tell you about the single worst thing to happen in his life ever. Like it's just like every single time. It's just like there's no reason for it. I don't think this draft has been as bad, but like that's always the worst part. I'm like, cool. Like with T. Higgins, bro, they didn't stop talking about his mom being in jail. I'm like, bro, I got it. Like that's horrible. Like I'm sorry, but like y'all are dragging it, bro. Let the man and his mom like live for a second, bro. Y'all don't need to bring it up every second. But as a draft, 24/7 news cycle. We're part of it, Pierre. We're putting up reels, dude. We're part of it. All right. So next pick is the Broncos.
Denver.
What are we thinking?
Omari and Hampton.
I like Omari and Hampton. Do you think so? Quell, let me ask you and take your goggles off, bro, because I know you always have bias with scouting. But Travion Henderson or Omari and Hampton? Because I feel like they're very similar in terms of level. Who would you rather take?
For me, I actually did have Travion as running back too, but the difference in the two came from me, and this isn't to say I have to make sure to throw in this disclaimer because I don't want this to make it seem like that I think that Omarion can't pass block or things of that nature. I just feel very strongly about what Travion Henderson brings to the field in terms of him as a run blocker. I haven't felt this good about a guy in run blocking since Kyron Williams when he came out. And I mean, I'm not sure if you guys remember, but I got damn with some love with Kyron Williams and what he could bring into the field just because, I mean, he was always going to have a home because of the way he protected the quarterback. And It's a lot of those same views with Travion. Oh, talk about the rich getting richer.
Wow.
That's
going to be a nasty.
That's a no-fly zone for real.
You think was Justin Simmons with the Broncos last year?
No, Atlanta,
right? Do you think he would go back to the Broncos?
I don't know. Matthew Golden, I don't know why they brought that man to the draft like he was going to get picked tonight. I don't feel so bad for him. I hope he does. Houston is the spot that
Matthew Golden.
Yeah, between Houston and
they got
Buffalo,
Jalen Milroe there too. I was like, brother. Oh man, this feels like a.
But I mean, like I said, I don't think the league. I think the league knew Shador wasn't going to get picked ass, I don't think they expected Shadur to be available right now. I think they thought the quarterback
I think
getting
it's top 15.
Pittsburgh,
traded up for
Pittsburgh's
him.
about to take him.
Yeah, I think Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh's about to take
Dude,
him.
dude, I said that we said the same thing with Jalen. I just can't seem to get that out of my head. Like they're just like so weird,
What
bro.
the Giants try to get up for Jalen Milroe?
Dude, if I was this team, that'd be interesting too, Quell. And that's what I was saying. Is Milrose at the draft? Like,
I'm
like,
not gonna lie.
might
I'm
have
not gonna
heard-
lie.
Who knows?
It's hilarious. It's hilarious. The Giants trying to trade up. Is that confirmed? This for Miro? Q?
Nah, I'm just saying. I know that they're trying to trade up.
They're trying. Yeah, I've seen that they're
And
trying.
I would assume that it's
But
for
either
a
way,
quarterback,
Either way, what I'm about to say, it fits, right? It's hilarious because like prior to like maybe a year ago, 2 years ago, the Giants had never had a black starting quarterback, and now they're about to have potentially, if they do trade up, 3 on their roster. It's very, very hilarious in hindsight.
Who? Yeah.
Tyrod.
He said who?
Oh, Tyrod, and then is
Tyrod's not on the roster no more, is he?
No, I'm saying like he was the first like
Oh,
black
the
quarterback
first
to
ever.
start.
I was thinking about the quarterback room right now. I'm like, bro, I thought
Jameis, Russell
there.
Wilson.
Yeah.
I really like this pick. This might really be my favorite pick of the night. Charlie
This is-
Brown to the Broncos is
That's a really
Wow.
good pick. I
a
agree.
great allocation of resources. Wow.
Will Johnson's knee must look horrible.
Do you
So
want?
I actually just I looked into it. I'm not gonna act like I have this confirmed. So take this with a grain of salt. But at this point, we reaching for straws. But I seen something that it sounds like the surgery that he had, whatever was wrong with his injured knee,
It got worse.
I don't want to say it got worse, but it's a chronically bad thing. So bad that they took some bone and cartilage from the healthy knee and put it in the unhealthy knee. Now, I mean, don't get me wrong,
Surgery on 2 knees.
huh?
So then he essentially had surgery on 2 knees.
Right. Now, don't get me wrong. Based on what I was hearing from what I was looking into all this, it sounds like, I mean, 73% of athletes, I believe the number was, basically, they gonna play. He gonna be all right. He gonna play at least 10 years with this. But the question is, does he return to form? And Parth asked me earlier to talk about him as a prospect. And when you talk about a guy who a lot of his game is based on deception, and there were questions about the potential long speed and things of that nature, or lack of long speed. A surgery like this, or surgery with the knees in general, just doesn't help these conversations. So, I mean, the more I think about it, it makes sense. But wow. Now again, none of this is I haven't confirmed this. This is just something that I've heard. But
So let me ask you this: if Pittsburgh doesn't go Shador,
they got a
what
camera
happens?
on him and everything. He about to
Yeah.
get picked. Forget this.
Yeah,
Here's
you see
him.
Dion Jr. with the camera.
They got Gilly.
Yeah, this is Shador. This is a landing spot for him. It makes too much sense, man. They're not bringing in Aaron Rodgers. That's not happening.
They might.
The fact that they entertained him so long, Pierre, I would have thought that.
I don't
early.
think. See, the thing about this.
Whoa!
Told you.
Steelers did not take
I
Shador.
told you, bro. They don't take quarterbacks, dog. It's weird. It is weird.
Jackson Dart looked like he drunk. I don't know if y'all just seen him.
Well
on the screen.
Game
That
respect.
was a crazy.
They recognize
That was crazy. What's the dude with this no joke video right there? The finger point, the cup in the hand, the beer. I know. Derek Harmon.
on Bleacher Report right now talking about the pick.
Man, y'all. I mean, we having a damn good time. We up to almost 300 people in the chat right now. But if y'all think we having a great time for day one, day two might just be epic with the way that the board is falling
Yeah.
right now.
Seriously, man.
It's basically day one, round one, part two.
Dude, absolutely. This is, I mean, everybody assumed that like Shador, yeah, he's not going to be like a top 5 pick unless somebody's getting really, really quarterback hungry. But I mean, I didn't.
But I guess my question is, since we're having a conversation about Shador, since we're here, and I mean, unless it's the Giants that move back up, I'm having a hard time seeing him being a first round pick at this point.
The Rams, maybe you think?
I guess, but I've
just
heard that they've been really into Jackson Dart. I don't know if it's going to be round one, but I heard that they're pretty into Jackson Dart, and maybe it'll be later. But I guess my whole circumstance.
Let me ask you real quick because we're talking about Shador. I was going to bring this up earlier. The Shador and Cam Ward, like the comps, little 2016 reminiscent.
I can see why you say that,
right? Like I just kind of was thinking about it, like because Goff was like very smooth technician, pocket passer.
I look at it. I'll raise your 2016.
Yeah.
Or it was actually very. What would that be? 2023, 2022, 2022.
You're gonna have to tell me the quarterbacks, bro.
With Bryce and CJ.
Oh.
Where you look at one who has a specific skill set, who I don't want to call it transcendent, but it's basically one of the modern NFL quarterback and how the league is continuing to translate. And then you look at one who's probably more of a pocket passer, excels from the pocket, really wants to win from the pocket, can extend plays, but that's not really his game. And how does that translate? And for the most part, a lot of the world always wants the upside, which was with Bryce Young. And I mean, you saw how the success that CJ Stroud was able to have, the pure passer, the things of that nature. So that's where, as I was watching the two guys, that's the quarterback class that came to mind for me. But I can definitely understand why you said 2016.
It's always interesting to see the parallels between the classes and to just kind of see how that all goes, right? Because if we were looking at it in 2017, 2018, 2017 probably, you're probably like, oh, Eagles won that. Like, Carson was the better quarterback. And even for a couple years after that, even after Carson fell off, you're like, oh, the heights that you got to with Carson were just like so much better. But then Jared goes and has this whole.
But even outside of that, and that's what. I'm sorry for cutting you off, but that's what makes conversations like this so interesting. And that's what makes the scouting process as a whole so interesting. Because, like, I harp on all the time the importance of landing spot, this, that, blah, blah, blah. Like, there's a realistic metric where, I mean, we see what Brock Purdy has been able to do. There's a realistic world where J.J. McCarthy goes out and plays a fantastic year this year. Like, one of the better quarterbacks in football, and we're having a serious conversation as to, well, would he have won Rookie of the Year if he was healthy over Jaden Daniels? And then a conversation where it realistically should be becomes, well, Jaden Daniels is clearly a more talented player than J.J. McCarthy, but J.J. McCarthy is also probably allocated a better starting point with who he has surrounding him, things of that nature, and how all of that works for you. So, like, basically, point being, you look at some of these guys and some of these starting points and the success that they see at some of this level, and we like, well, maybe we got it wrong, and maybe this guy was better than him. Where you look at another Bryce CJ conversation, where I'd like to look at it as a victory lap for CJ, what CJ has done up to this point. But you'd be remiss if you could sit here and say that CJ is at a much better organization that's run much better. They go about team building much better. Things like you can see the difference between the two teams that they're at. So that doesn't mean that this player is a better talent than that player. It's just the career path has worked out for you better. And that's what always stands out to me, man.
Sorry, like so much of it is luck, dude. We've seen it literally flip. CJ had like a good O-line. They had Laramie Tunsil playing well. You have receivers, you have talent. He's looking like the unanimous, way better player. And then this year, all of a sudden the Panthers start figuring it out at the end of the year. The Texans have absolutely no line, and CJ looks like shit, right? So it's just like you're totally right. So much of it is situation, but it's just funny to look at it from like a overall perspective, how much our minds change on these quarterbacks and these comparisons. Because Shador, Jackson, and Cam, they're going to be compared to each other forever. I mean, that's just how it goes. You're in the same draft class. It's also just kind of dope that that Shador and Cam are so tight. You know, I like watching those videos of them training together because it makes you just like wonder like what are the conversations we're going to be having in 10 years? Like are these guys going to be blips on the radars? Are they going to be franchise quarterbacks? Quell, you're on mute, bro.
And that's what's so cool, Parth. I know you hate when we do this because I mean you're not a wrestling watcher, but I like to think how this conversation, what happens, you kind of relate to it as
all right. See you guys.
But that's the cool thing to me. Where I mean, Pierre, you know the whole. I don't want to use the term disdain because it gives it such a negative connotation, but the professional prowess or the professional dislike between, let's say, a Cody Rhodes and a Roman Reigns, where it's not that I hate you, but I want to be the best and you want to be the best, and we come from two different places, so it's kind of like just a professional hate up to this point. I don't want nothing bad to happen to you. I just want to be better than you. Mm-hmm. And then you would think when you look at some of these, like we had a conversation all the time about, hell, we talked about it with Slay on Micah's podcast. Like we want, we want you to be competitors and how all this stuff matters at this point in time. But when you take a time to step back, humans. Yeah, man. And so, like what Parth said, seeing a relationship that they share, like I think often about the clip where I believe Cam was like, I'm elite, and Shador was like, I'm legendary.
They're the ones they're sitting on the bench, right? Like after throwing and shit. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, I know. Dude, see, thing is, let me clarify this right up front. Quarterbacks, you guys can be buddies, get along, do all that. Defensive players, no, bro. I don't give a shit. You should all hate everyone on every other team. Your only intent in life should be, I want to put this other team in the dirt and make sure they never play football. I want you to play football the way Jalen Carter plays football. I don't want you to go out there and make friends. You can take your little jersey swap picture after. No more podcast nonsense. Okay, Quinion hopped on.
Hey, bro.
Podcast.
Hey, bro.
I still thought he was on the Eagles.
Bro, you still game?
He sound like he out.
You be playing Fortnite? God damn it.
You still be gaming?
Was it the Lions? Who signed him?
The Lions signed him.
Yeah, I'm happy he got signed again. But go take that Fortnite bullshit over there, man. Like, listen, Fortnite hasn't been good since like 2019, bro. Like they took away Tilted Towers and Lucky Landing, bro. I'm not playing that nonsense. Don't come to me about you still play Fortnite. Him saying still play Fortnite was everything I needed to know. Cut him on the spot. Find another game.
Hey man. He had.
I was about to say the same thing, boy.
You had to play. You made him play, man.
I won't blink. I won't look at him dirty. I won't even say a bad word. No,
you're right.
Boy.
You're right. He made that play. Right. He made that play, but god damn it, dude, Avante triggered me more than anyone, dude. Because like, I like them, bro. The Nerf gun fights, as a former Nerf gun connoisseur myself, game respects game. Tip of the cap. All right, we have another pick that is all the way in, and we still haven't gotten any leaks on it, bro.
The pick is in. It's just...
I'm not seeing a Schultz tweet. I'm not seeing Rap, Ari, or anyone. Interesting.
Feels like a Josh Simmons landing spot for the Chargers.
I like that. What would you think?
Receiver, potentially receiver.
What would you think about Jihad Campbell here?
What does their linebacker situation look like?
That's my point.
Yeah. Let's see.
Manti Te'o? I guess they took what's his name last year? Junior Colson.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that wouldn't be a great pick. He's young. You still give him some time. I mean, did they take Will Johnson here?
I don't think Will Johnson goes in the first round. After what Q said about the
But brother,
double knee surgery, yeah, I can't see that.
It's his coach. If anybody's going to know Will Johnson, it's going to be Jim Harbaugh. If anybody's going to vouch for a guy like that and not give a shit about injury history, it's Jim Harbaugh, right?
Yeah, and they did lose Asante Samuel Jr. this year.
I don't think so.
Where did he end up? Where did Asante end up?
Besides you and me.
No. We got to pick. We got to pick. Chargers, they picked Omari and Hampton.
That's surprising.
Yeah.
And the Commanders fans are smashing tables. That's probably why they've been meeting with Travion Henderson, because they knew this was coming. Yeah.
Interesting.
I expect the Commanders to leave round 1 with a running back.
Murray Hampton's a big man, bro. That's gonna fit.
Dude,
that's gonna fit well into Harbaugh's offense, bro. If you want to be, again, goes back to our theme of physical draft night. You want to be physical, you get a running back like Omarion.
That's a dude, man. Oh, the Packers are on the board in Green Bay. Watch them not pick a receiver. Yeah.
I thought you meant they took one.
I said they are on the board in Green Bay. You know,
Golden would be a good pick here.
This is Mike Green.
Yeah, I feel like the Packers have kind of been willing to take chances on guys with issues like that.
Yeah.
It would be a good golden spot though, bro. I feel like that'd be a really nice fit with the type of receivers that they have in the building right now. You get a guy who has the consistency of golden.
It's like they have like all like, what do you call it? 1Bs at receiver. They don't have like one.
You get that golden in, and all of a sudden.
Line up in I formation like the good Lord intended.
I don't think you can run RPOs out of I formation, bro.
I think you're talking about with the Chargers.
I don't know. It's just me saying, because he's talking about like the good Lord intended. The good Lord ain't intend nothing but for RPOs to become real. He just wanted us all to stay black and die between that. That's it.
Hey man, so we're coming up on kind of potential Eagles trade up territory.
Right. Yeah, they said 24. That was the Pierre length.
That's my sweet spot, bro. That's my sweet spot for the trade up.
Malachi Starks
is still there. Jahad Campbell.
It's positional value is doing him dirty. And I wonder, like, so for the Eagles, we have the conversation about a potential. What the hell are they going to do with Nakobe Dean? All that. And I mean, it's a fair conversation. Do you really think that they would utilize? And I mean, don't get me wrong, he's a talented player, but do you really think they utilize a first round pick on a guy like Jahad Campbell?
Yes, brother. You line up against a front with Zach Bond, Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith, Moro Jomo, Jalix Hunt, and Jahad Campbell. Then tell me what you think. And I know, like you just said, the Nakobe thing and everything that goes into that. But number one, I don't think there's a timeline on Nakobe's return in terms of his injury. And then number two,
I don't know, man. From everything injury history, I don't think it's as bad as it's been made out to seem.
Yeah,
I don't know.
The injury history is there. It's relevant.
Yeah, you're right.
At this point, it's relevant, man. I wouldn't be shocked, bro. If, like, there was the tweet from John Clark that I talked about when we first got on stream, where he said there's a specific player at linebacker.
But you don't think that player is Malachi Stark?
No, I think. Okay, so wait, let me find the tweet again. Was it? Okay, give me 1 second. So. What was it? Yeah, the Eagles picking the first round could be D-line or O-line, but if somebody falls or is slipping, Howie Roseman could trade up to get him. 15 of the 24 reports or visits to the Eagles were linemen. But there was one tweet, I can't remember, it wasn't John Clark, but there was where it was like one specific player, if he falls, they move up for him. I genuinely do think that's Jihad Campbell. Because again, like when you talk about positional value and everything like that, like I mean, I know the safety position in this specific defensive scheme is important. It's 100% important. But at the same time, this is how we were talking about. Now, that's at that same token, you can say the same thing about the linebacker position. But I mean, it's just internally, what do they think? How are they looking at it? Apparently, okay, this is from Chris in the chat. The Eagles discussing moving up with the Packers.
So I think
Malachi.
I'm sorry,
Malachi.
T. I'm sorry, T.
I'm with
that's from you, not from Chris in the chat. I stand with you, bro.
Producer T, I'm sorry, man.
Yeah, Tyler's just doing all that for nothing. But no,
he said, "Listen to me,
Chris. Me, not him." No, but what I was gonna say is I get what you're saying, Pierre. Stop slandering Nakobe. First off, nobody gives a damn about foot injuries. All right, bro, get out of here. That's a dog.
Hard for a dog.
All right.
Hey man. Okay, wait. We have news.
I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to hear about it. Okay, you're betraying him, bro. You're cheating on him right now. Mm-hmm. Jesus. But no. But in all seriousness, if it was 32 and Jihad Campbell was there, I could understand that pick. But if they're moving up, I would tend to think that it would be for Malachi Starks. I don't think they would move up for.
I will be vindicated if it's for Malachi Starks.
Yeah.
And that's why I don't want them to draft him personally. You know, you can be
a hater. That's real hater shit.
Is this news to you, Quell? You've known me for how many years?
It's not. Sometimes I just have to confirm what I'm seeing, and that's some real hater shit.
Hater first, baby. Hater first. Never forget it. Hater first, Eagles fan second. That's how it goes, man.
Sometimes you gotta pop.
Okay, so what does the potential trade up look like?
Oh, okay.
The pick is in.
Pick is in. Interesting. Okay.
I almost said some vulgar words. I had to remember I was about to be a fan and not an analyst for a second, boy. What do you mean the pick is in?
They were trying to get up.
My God, they did it! Oh my God,
they took a receiver. They took a receiver.
Did it? Yes.
Golden?
And Matthew Golden is a Packer.
I like that.
They still just basically added another 1B, but they did it.
I like that pick. I like it. I think he has the potential to be more than a 1B. And I know that's what you've bet on with the last couple guys for sure, but I think he has the most polish in his game out of all these guys. I think that's important.
I don't know. Polish is an interesting word to use with him. I think he has the most upside out of all of them. I don't think they've drafted a receiver that could be this good in a while. Now, the problem with upside is there are a lot of projection to the what could be. A lot has to go right for Matthew for him to reach his peak. But the one thing that stands out to me is I speak yearly. If you guys read any of my scouting reports, there are a few things that you'll notice that there are keywords or certain things that you can tell when I'm really in my bag when I'm scouting a player. Like I spoke earlier about how Will Johnson, him being a chess player, and think that's one of those keywords. Now, in this circumstance, how do I place this? One of the keywords that I use when talking about specific prospects is the term superpower, and how young players, like we have this conversation all the time where I feel like every prospect has a superpower. How good is your superpower and how do you use it? Those are two completely different conversations, but everyone has a superpower. Now, young players, they don't quite have an idea how to grasp that superpower and make it a part of what makes them good and not the only thing that makes them good. Now, Golden, I feel like he has a grasp of his power almost to a fault. If you ask him, it's to a fault because Texas didn't ask him to play at that level. When you have both Matthew Golden and Isaiah Bond, you don't have to be the 4.29 40-yard dash guy like he is. But I also don't think he played the position or played the game at the speed that he runs at on a natural basis.
Right.
But you can also watch him, and I don't know about other people, but I wasn't surprised to see him run the 4.29 because you can watch him and see, like, he reminds me of a sports car. He has gears. You can see him when he shifts to gear 2 and he makes the fenders open up, and then he shifts to gear 3 and 4 and things of that nature. So it'll be fun to see exactly how he continues to develop, but he's another one of those guys who has shown a continued trajectory of being able to show great improvement as a year-by-year basis.
Right. I think because you saw him produce at Houston as well and then come to Texas and produce as well. I think the reason I said polished, I think the better way to say it would be smooth. It's not polished, but like in the way that like Devontae didn't have like he didn't run a 4.29, but he has that like smooth to his game, right? Where he gets in and out of breaks easily. Personally, I was surprised to see the 4.29 because I mean that's
he don't play like that. That's just not how he plays.
Fast. But I appreciate the way that he can get off the line. He's not the fastest guy. The reason I went to him as like polish is like if you need him to get open, get like run like a decent route and use his body, use your body for like leverage and catch point. I trust him to do that. And that's why I think he's like a good fit on the Packers where like they're just so juiced up on the Packers where you get this guy who has like a little bit more like smoothness to his game, which I mean, I guess to be fair, he is a little reminiscent of Christian Watson, but Christian Watson was just coming from a lower level, right?
He's a lot bigger than what? I mean, of course.
Golden is what 6'1", 5'11", 5'11". Okay. Yeah.
But I can understand why you say that because he plays an above the rim kind of game.
Yeah.
When you watch him, he's a really good contested catch guy, but you'd be surprised to see him excel in this contested catch area when you see him walk into a room. He plays the ball really well when it's in the air. It's always a competitive situation of
80-20
ball of yours. Yeah.
No, I love that. And great tidbit here by Chris. First round 1 wide receiver for the Packers since 2001 with Javon Walker. Interesting. That year that they took Christian Watson, everybody was certain that they were going to take a receiver in the first round.
Shout out to Javon Walker, too. He was a damn baller. That was one of my favorite players growing up.
It's a blast from the past, bro.
Vikings took Donovan Jackson.
Okay.
Donovan Jackson, a first-round pick. These offensive linemen, the offensive line position is doing exactly what I thought the edge position was doing.
Yeah, all the edge guys are still on the board besides Shamar Stewart and
Walter Nolan. Oh, you said edge guys.
Well, yeah, Walter Nolan's, yeah.
I'm going to be using the time after this to relax, but after all the work I've been doing up to this point, it's just like school. I can't believe that it's over. And I'm just itching and looking for more work to do for myself. So trying to figure out if I want to give you guys like draft grades or just top draft moves.
Give us your favorite picks. I think that draft grades are like fine, but like most of the time, like they're pretty average grades. I would love to see your favorite picks and like why.
Okay,
why?
Ian Rappaport is reporting how he's trying to trade up.
Again? With who? Houston?
Give me 1 second.
I thought Houston wanted to move up.
From Ian Rappaport, Eagles GM Howie Roseman is working the phones trying to trade up with several top players still available. I'm telling you, he's trying to get Starks. He's moving up for Starks, man.
Look, Pierre, I'm gonna need you to put you gonna do this right now on live. This ain't television, but live Potivision, where you gonna plant your flag in one player. You started off saying, because they're gonna trade up, and it's gonna be.
Get this for Quinyon last year. To be fair, he was dying on the Quinyon Mitchell hill.
Nah, I get that. It was him talking about they gonna trade up for Jahad Campbell, and then 10
No.
minutes.
I didn't say no. I didn't say trade up for Campbell. I'm saying like I wouldn't be shocked if they took Campbell, but if it's a trade up, I'm like firmly of the belief that it's for Malachi Starks.
Yeah, I can agree with you. We're reaching the point of draft good football players,
but I wonder who they're trying to get ahead of, though. I mean, maybe Detroit or Washington.
Washington, they have holes at safety. I don't think Detroit is
Baltimore
the issue.
Baltimore is really interested in Malachi Starks. They said that
because who did they sign? What's the safety they signed year before last? Marcus Williams.
Williams, yeah,
Marcus Williams. He like stinks now. He does, bro. I'm sorry, but yeah, I think that's why they're trying to get ahead of them.
You're not
and
wrong.
Again,
it's a word choice. Yeah, he like stinks now. So, like, damn, did he take a bath?
All right, so let's look at the two trade options for them: Houston and LA. Houston's picks are Giants traded up.
The Giants?
Yeah.
Shador.
It's Shador.
You see the tweet I sent you?
It's funny because there's one in the draft who people been talking about sneaking in the back end.
It's even hilarious because they're the team that take them all the time.
All right, Giants are trading up with the Texans. They're giving up $34.99 in the future third, and apparently, according to producer T, the Rams are trading too, but we don't know for who. I think this is the Eagles. I would not be shocked.
For or with?
With the Eagles.
Don't be doing no trades with them fuckers. Don't ban the tush push. Fuck face.
I'm pretty sure the Giants, this is Shador's landing spot.
Mm-hmm.
I was trying to eat a quick snack and I just hear Quell and I'm like, oh my God, bro.
Nah, they got me.
All right.
Oh, kids.
Apparently,
yeah, it's got to be for Shador, right?
The Rams.
Definitely.
The Rams and the Bills and the Packers. I'm on all their line. Don't trade no trades with them all weekend. Don't even look at their 10-tone phone number. In fact, you should make a good pick and prank call their phone number so that the clock hits 0 while they're on the line, since they want to get the tush push banned. Douches.
Somebody just retweeted.
Got it good.
Tweeting on May 1st, 2024, he will be a top 5 pick. They got the what do they call it? The where the readers respond. What's that thing called again?
The cold takes exposed.
Yeah, no, not the cold takes exposed. You know where you can like the Twitter thing where it like fact checks it.
Oh yeah,
that thing like Shador Sanders was not in fact their top 5 pick. Oh my God! All right, let's see. So Giant 3rd round pick and a future 6th. That's not bad.
This has to be Shador though.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Who they take?
Oh my God!
Jackson Dart. Jeez. Jeez.
I called it, bro. I watched that goddamn Gators game and I said he screams Giant. None of y'all believe me. No one wanted to believe me. That's a Giant.
Jeez, man.
That's hilarious. That's exactly what I said. Giants love Ole Miss quarterbacks, dude. Where did the Giants' greatest quarterback of all time come from?
Shut up, Parth. We're not trying to hear this right now. We are in mourning.
I was right.
Jeez,
come on.
bro.
Let me get one. Come on.
Oh my gosh. Which is
so
All
So
they
what
had to do
happens?
was- Oh my god!
Hey, is it perfect timing?
They just had
Oh
to
man, my hating is.
I feel bad, man.
Coming to a top. I don't
Ain't
feel
no reason
bad.
to feel bad.
Why am I supposed to feel bad, bro? He has enough cockiness to be fine. He can be a second round pick. He can use it. He'll write down the names of all the quarterbacks. I'm sure they'll talk about the list, and then he'll go off and he'll have a career. He'll be fine. I don't need to feel bad for Shedeur Sanders. He doesn't get drafted. Oh no, my dad is Deion Sanders, one of the greatest quarterbacks to ever play the game. He is fine. He is fine. Oh man, Joe, hello Joe.
But all right, what are the Eagles doing, bro?
All they had
doing?
to do was not be racist one time.
Yeah.
One time. Just once.
Yeah, listen with the Giants. The Giants have 2 black quarterbacks right now. They're gonna have a black starting quarterback. So
Bro,
I don't even know if it was about racism.
those guys are going to be starting quarterbacks for a combined 4 weeks, 2 weeks apiece.
I'm just saying. Shedeur is a fine quarterback, but it's the aura talk. He has aura, and everybody has had him shoot up the draft boards. I don't think he's that good of a quarterback. I think he's fine. He's Teddy Bridgewater with aura. Where did Teddy Bridgewater go? 32nd. You know what I mean? Like, he doesn't have the top end skills. It's gonna be tough. He's a better decision maker. He's a better decision maker than Jackson, without a doubt. But Jackson has a lighter arm, and more often than not,
it just pisses me off because you sitting here talking to me about better decision making and live talent and all this other bullshit when we just watched Jalen Hurts win a Super Bowl, bro. I'm not trying to hear about no decision making and live arms and all this other cool stuff. He's a better quarterback than all these other cats, bro. I can promise you, we're gonna be sitting here in 10 years, and you would talk about all the things that Shedeur needs to get cleaned up can get cleaned up because they're mechanically based. He doesn't have a weak.
I think it can be mechanically based, but Shedeur also has an arrogance issue, and it's gonna.
So will he be the first or the last quarterback with the arrogance issue?
No, he won't. But there's a
but
reason.
I bet you he's the only one that is black with the arrogance issue.
At the end of the day, you can call a spade a spade. He rubbed teams the wrong way in his interview.
He was black.
Why?
It's not because he's like, he's cocky, bro. You go up to games and
bro, I just sat here and watched them. Bro, Johnny Manziel was the first round pick, bro.
We're not going to talk about Jalen Hurts.
Was the first round pick.
We're not going to talk about Jalen Hurts and then be like, oh yeah, that's like the same as Shedeur Sanders. Jalen Hurts is all about his work, being quiet and being humble. He could not be a more different quarterback prospect than Shedeur Sanders.
So
Shedeur Sanders is brash. He's arrogant. What's going to come with the territory? It's going to go one of 2 ways. People are either going to love it or they're going to hate it. I mean, that's just how it goes, dude. Any quarterback who's going to be like, oh, I'm the best, it doesn't matter. Yeah, you want him to be a little bit cocky, but like Shedeur is hella cocky. And he won 1 bowl game, bro. He got his jersey retired.
I mean, yeah, sure. You could look at it like that. He's won 1 bowl game and got his jersey retired. Or you could look at it as he has went to 2 different programs that were absolutely dirt shit before he got there and turned them into something.
He turned, I mean, okay. Yeah, he also played with the number 2 overall pick in this draft. Are you going to ignore that? Who followed him everywhere?
He plays a position that depends on quarterback to succeed. Yes, I'm going to depend on that.
And guess what? The quarterback depends on wide receivers to succeed as well. It's not just one direction. And you're not going to tell me and sit here like you think it's just one way. It doesn't. You need to have a damn good receiver who's going to get open everywhere. He played with the number 2 or number 1 overall player in the class, depending on where you looked. At the end of the day, it's a huge advantage that other quarterbacks don't have.
Johnny Manziel was a first round pick. Johnny Manziel was blessed enough to play next to Mike Evans, future Hall of Famer. Ain't nobody going to mention none of this. Ain't nobody mention nothing about arrogance. Ain't nobody mention nothing
in the back of people's mind.
Hell, I mean, even Baker Mayfield. Baker Mayfield was the first pick in the draft.
And they did nothing but talk about
nobody said
arrogance,
nothing about
cockiness.
And the thing about Baker is everybody was like, he's kind of an asshole. And it's also like,
but he went number 1. And when nobody sit here and say that he deserved not to go number 1.
I think Baker had a better arm than Shedeur. I think Baker had a better arm than Shedeur. I think Shedeur is a fine quarterback. I didn't think he had first round measurables. And Baker produced for more years, produced more, was a Heisman runner-up. Shedeur wasn't any of that. At the end of the day, like I think Shedeur is a fine quarterback prospect, but I don't think it's all just like, oh, Shedeur is like just getting done dirty. I think Shador and Jackson Dart. I think Shador and Jackson Dart are closer than
what the hell has Jackson Dart do? Succeed in an offense that gives him all the answers?
I don't disagree at all. But my point is I think Shador and Jackson Dart are probably closer in the eyes of NFL teams than we necessarily think. And it comes down to like whatever they might want. And I think Shador is probably going to be like a guy who's like we said, he's a technician. He's going to do stuff right. He's gone through a pro style offense that has its benefits. And then with Jackson Dart, like we've seen with other quarterbacks, he has a live arm. He makes some exciting plays. People like to see that. It's the same thing. I'm just saying, like, I just don't think that the delta between those two is as significant as we make it. I just think they have different pluses and different minuses. And we end up seeing guys bet on traits over tape time and time again. Shador is the tape guy. He's done it. I mean, you can see it. He's worked with Tom Brady. He has like the right dropbacks and everything. Jackson Dart is exciting to people. I get it. I get that there's conversations around it, but like
it just don't make it. Nothing about this makes sense to me. Nothing
football
about
wise, it doesn't make sense.
I think football wise, it does make sense. You can make it about it makes sense. It's not that different.
Because I mean, even if you're the traits over tape kind of people, and that's the conversation you want to have, the projection that you have to do with Jackson Dart coming from the offense, like we just sat here and listened to Brandon basically explain. He came from an RPO-based offense. You had all the answers drawn up for you. The only thing really going right for you is that you were a former 5-star prospect.
Dude, you can say the same thing about Shador. Yeah, he goes through a pro-style offense. Anytime anything went bad, let me throw it to Travis Hunter. That's how they got out of
most of their
games.
That's just not true.
Most of their biggest plays either came. There was one with Horn, but the other ones they came with Travis Hunter. He depended on having one of the best players in the nation on his team. He won the
Rams.
I implore you.
Hold on, wait a minute.
I'm almost. Yeah, they traded with the Falcons. I don't
they
know
just fleeced them though.
Who?
They fleeced them.
Rams.
Yeah, the Rams got the Falcons' second round pick this year, first round of next year, and they gave up 26 and a third this year.
Oh, these people, they got sick of the problem at edge. I feel it. They said,
I don't Green?
Fuck what I got to give up. I'm sorry for the language, but they said, I don't care what I have to give up for that. No, they went and got James Pierce. And they said, we're going to get
left, right?
They drafted James Pierce like, what, 5 years ago? When was Vic Beasley picked?
What's his name, right? Vic Beasley. Undersized edge.
Beasley, but they're two completely different. Vic Beasley was an undersized edge that was more of a projection. James Pierce, I wish he had the size and the length to be productive like that, but he has the production behind his name to withstand it, especially at this point of the draft. Like, I wouldn't stand behind picking him between picks 1 through 15. After 15, I'll think about it. Once we get to 23, it's like, okay, cool. I'll take James Pierce because you know what you're getting. I mean, we had the conversation about the player, the prospect, or if he's a bad person and things of that nature. We could talk about that.
Bro, he just got anger issues.
Yeah. The prospect as a whole, the on the field prospect, I mean, we could talk about length. Like, that's been my big thing, and it's hilarious because none of these guys have gotten drafted yet. But we could talk about length with him, with Mike Green, with the Ezeraku, and it's like their pass rush plans are elite. They have counters on top of counters on top of counters. The only one that I truly have concerns about is Donovan Ezeraku in terms of I just want to see you add more power to how you attack.
So actually, what I would ask you is, what I read is that these guys actually, Pierce especially struggles with counters, is that he tries to win with the speed, but he doesn't have like that maybe inside cut counter that Nolan has. That, you know, at being just undersized, you have to just be built with counters, right? Like that's the name of the game. Would you say that Pierce has more counters than Ezeraku? Then is what you're saying?
No, he doesn't have more counters than Ezeraku. Ezeraku has more pure counters, but the problem with Ezeraku is he only has counters from a finesse standpoint. And I would like to see him add more, like basically translate speed to power, basically show me a bull rush, show me a pull push, things of that nature, where I can see you and your anchor ability stand on display. you win all of your reps because you're faster than everybody. And I mean, it works, but is it consistent? Because once the offensive linemen start sitting on some of these speed rush moves, it's like, okay, so what's next in your game plan? But in terms of counters and how he chooses to win, he'll show you one thing. He'll set you up with just trying to get around the edge with pure bend and set that into a rip move because you tried to connect, you tried to throw a punch and it didn't land fast enough, things of that nature. So, they got plans, but I'd probably say Ezraku has more of a plan than James Pierce, but James Pierce just has been more productive playing a higher level of competition, for lack of a better term, in the SEC.
Oh, would you say it means more?
Nah, it means something, though.
I think it does mean more.
In fact, I lied to you. It does mean more, which is why the national championship for Ohio State was so sweet this year, because they went through that.
Yeah, we got to let y'all get one every once in a while. It's participation award. Make you feel like you're still part of it.
No, it's not a participation award.
It is. Everyone gets an award nowadays.
This is about to hurt me when the Ravens take Malachi Starks.
Get over it, Pierre. All right, buddy. All right, you're going to go to sleep crying tonight because Shador didn't get taken and the Eagles don't get Malachi. And get over it, bud. You got to deal with it. I think
my man is gonna set. It's gonna be okay though, because he's gonna set the league on fire, and we're gonna be sitting here talking about some. But damn,
Jackson, my God, dude, save it! I'm so tired of the ring perfect timing, bro. Get the hell out of here. He's as annoying as Jared McCain, bro. Get out of my face, bro.
You cannot see the problem with this conversation here.
I want a ball player.
Like the person, but respect. Like
I said, I think he's fine as a prospect, but I can also understand why he turned teams off. He's a dude. Like, he thinks he is the greatest thing since sliced bread, and he might be
supposed to.
He might be, but relax. Just take it down a notch. You can be.
Jalen Hurts went into an interview and talked about some. This is what y'all wanted to see.
You can be
confident. And you didn't say anything about the greatest thing since sliced bread.
He's year 5 into his career
in the NFL. Care.
He's been to the Super Bowl once.
He deserves
Shador Sanders is never even the best bowl game he won was against who? I don't even remember who we beat in a bowl game. He's never won and beat good competition. But he's going to be sitting here and telling me he's the greatest thing since sliced bread. Jalen Hurts is. Love Hurts. There's nothing you can do with Shador or ring perfect timing, bro. Get out of my face. He doesn't have the aura of Jalen Hurts. He doesn't have that want to, that have it. Jalen Hurts got it. Jalen Hurts got it. Don't got it. Everybody's desperate for the next Jalen Hurts. There's only one. There's only one Jalen Hurts. There's only one. Pick is in. You ready?
It's Malachi, isn't it?
Yeah, you see, I said Hurts and Pierre started smiling. Nobody starts smiling when I say Shador. See, I said Hurts again and Pierre started smiling again, bro.
Right. They don't smile when they say Shador. They just do this.
No. How about this? We got one of those for you. God damn it. No humility. I just like a little humility in a quarterback. All right, let's see. All right, dude, why are the picks not getting leaked? Why am I having to wait? I feel like a peasant.
Yes, Pierre. It's over. The dream is dead.
They took him.
Pour one out for the dead, homies.
I wanted to make fun of Pierre, but now I'm kind of sad too because I really want Malachi Starks.
Man,
I don't think we trade up anymore, right? Would you guys think so?
I don't think so. I think they stick at 32 and take the best player available.
This draft night is feeling like night 2 of WrestleMania.
Was night 1 better?
No, they were fairly even. Night 1 started off booty and it ended great, and night 2 started off amazing and ended like, what the hell am I watching?
Cena
right now, it started off great.
Yeah, Cena won.
Like, hell am I watching?
That's what y'all wanted, though, right?
I don't know.
It's how it happened.
Yeah.
Travis Scott interfered in the main event.
Oh, I heard about.
I mean, Travis Scott could interfere, but
no.
Why is Travis Scott in all this shit, bro?
Where's Roman Reigns? Where's somebody? Anything.
You know what I mean? Cactus Jack, stay over there. Like, because I saw, like, bro, he smacked the shit out of somebody. I don't even know what it was.
Cody Rhodes, he smacked the shit out of Cody Rhodes.
Bro, like, that wasn't.
It's not gonna ring, Travis. You remember my eye? Yeah,
bro, I felt genuinely bad. I was like, bro, he could have seriously hurt him there. That was nuts.
Could have. He did. He literally seriously hurt him.
Oh my god, bro, that was crazy.
He blacked his eye.
Fractured his eye.
like, bro, like for something like that, I would only bring in the professionals. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I got stunts, I'm not doing a stunt with anybody else. I don't care how famous you are, bro. Like, that shit is scary, bro. But so, what was wrong with the way Cena won?
Travis Scott.
But like, he used.
Travis
I don't get it. What do you mean?
Like, he
I don't know
interfered.
wrestling, bro. You have to explain
Okay.
this to me.
He interfered in the match on John Cena's behalf, basically. So essentially,
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
yes, there is.
Like,
Yes, there is.
Isn't
like,
that
could I
planned?
do something
He's ruining.
different?
He's ruining the sanctity of the business, brother.
But
John
isn't
Cena
the point of
already
the
told
business
you
to
he
have
wanted
that
to ruin
out-of-pocket
wrestling. He don't care.
Isn't the point to have the out-of-pocket stuff? Like, isn't that wrestling? Like, to have like the fake, like
Technically, yes. But for me, as like I consider myself to be
purist.
a purist. Yeah, a purist in
Let's
terms
go,
of being a
Pierre.
wrestling fan.
Let's go, dude.
I didn't like it. All right, so wait, good question.
Pierre's coming off more conservative than me this podcast. He said, I'm a wrestling purist. All right. Like, I don't take wrestling if it's any of this new bullshit. All right. This Raw bullshit, right? That's the new one. No, but you like Raw, don't you?
AEW.
I mean AEW. I'm an AEW fan.
AEW. Okay. See, I'm looking stupid in front of the fans, man. I'm sorry, guys. You know, I don't know this wrestling stuff. Travis shouldn't have arrived with The Rock. All right, without The Rock. Without The Rock.
You can't tell the story about selling souls and all this without the final boss. It just looks stupid now.
That's what happened. Right?
Talking about some, yeah, but I think the whole picture is to be Sheena says he's going to ruin wrestling. Shut up. Damn it.
1990 Shawn Michaels. 1990 Shawn Michaels. I agree. Greatest of all.
Here, were you alive in the 90s, bro?
No, but I go back in the archives.
No, but
Pierre being born in 2000 was the greatest thing that could have happened to me. Every time he like says something about the 90s, I'm like, yo,
damn, Pierre, you missed 9/11.
What happened?
You missed 9/11?
No, I was born in 2000. The year 2000.
Yeah, you were there. You were 2000.
I was there.
9/11 was 01.
You was there, but you don't remember what happened.
Yeah, you weren't really there, bro. Were you really there?
Do you like you was like Shamar?
I had just turned 1 year old.
You just here.
Yeah, I had just turned 1.
He said you were just like Shamar. We're talking about
to answer your question. To answer your question, my favorite pick so far has probably been Jade bearing the ball to Denver.
Are you asking favorite pick?
That's what you asked me.
Yeah.
Can somebody
I have to look at the draft.
Oh, he's about to kill the world. Look at how he walking on stage. He should be an eagle.
You talking about Malachi?
Yeah, he just looks so angry.
He's hugging the shit out of Roger, bro. I'm a little sad now. That bro, can you imagine that secondary though with Malachi and Kyle Hamilton, dog? That is nasty.
That's why I wanted us to leapfrog them.
Mm-hmm. You think the Lions end up taking Mike Green?
Maybe.
I mean, I know the same
last production.
Him paired with Hutchinson.
That's what I'm saying.
And they need production at the edge position in general. Like, so Eagles about to sit here. Pierre, man, go ahead, book it. We about to just take our offensive lineman and go home, bro. It's done.
Yeah.
All the fun people are gone now.
Jahad Campbell got taken?
Yes, Jahad. You said
Jahad Campbell.
Oh, Jahad Campbell.
Oh, no, he's still there.
Why the hell are we going to take Jahad Campbell? We have Jahad Campbell at home. We just gave Jahad Campbell a contract extension.
Don't you want to? Quell, let me answer your question real quick though, bro. I think my favorite picks are probably tied between Colts taking Tyler Warren, and hey, listen, this one's for you. I'm taking off the goggles. All right, I'm not being an asshole for once.
Go Doubts.
No. Jonathan Gannon. I like the Walter Nolan pick. I think that's a really good pick, for them. But I do think
it puts a lot of chops on him at an early stage in his development.
That's
the one
definitely
thing
Yeah.
that I was excited about him and potentially landing in Philly with is you didn't have to be the guy.
guy. Yeah, no,
to
you're totally right about that.
keep going on about your day and continue to figure out the game on a day-to-day basis. Right here, you kind of you're tasked with being the face of not just pass rush, but the defensive line in Arizona. And I mean, I just don't think he's there at this point in time in his development yet. He might be eventually, but do the Cardinals really have that time frame? I mean, you don't draft for today, you draft for tomorrow, but it's just a conversation that I'm interested in.
No, I think that's a really damn good point, dude. So then you know what? Let me switch it. Okay.
No, you ain't gotta switch it. It's just that's
no, I'm switching it, bro. You exposed me on live. I'm switching it, bro. I don't want to sound like in front of everybody. No, you're totally right though, because that is exactly why I really like the fit with the Eagles, is because like, hey, you can come in and just play next to Jalen Carter. The pressure is not on you to have to step up and be the guy immediately. So then I'll stick with Tyler Warren. I still think that's a really good fit. You get that easy button. Was that you, Quell, who said it? Like you just get the easy button for AR. He doesn't have to do so much. And then the other pick I like is Jackson Dart to the the one I like is Malachi Starks.
So bad, man. Like sometimes you remember that time I sent you a picture of your house. I just want to hear you there all the time. Like,
I know where you live. I know where you live.
Lions took Tyleek Williams.
Interesting. Okay.
That's probably to replace Aleem McNeil.
Yeah.
Didn't they just give him a contract extension?
Did they? I thought he did. I thought he left.
When did he leave? I swear he just got an extension recently.
No, Quell is totally right. Extended with the Lions. He was just a free agent, Pierre. That's what I think I read about.
Well, that's redundant then.
Yeah. I mean, maybe they're planning to trade someone? I don't know.
I mean, I get it, especially when you watch the Washington game, like when but that was them at their worst point, like unhealthy.
But everybody was hurt, right? Like nobody was there.
Like, I get it, but when you watch the Washington game, it kind of like exposed the run defense. It exposed everything about the defense, from run defense to pass defense. It just wasn't a good performance. But again, everybody was hurt. I'm not sure how I feel about Tyleek Williams and his pass rushing chops, but he damn sure can stop the run. A lot of the same things that I said about as they show him getting the sack on the TV as I talk. Stupid me, clearly. But the same way that I talked about Kenneth Grant in the whole terms of, man, how I feel about you as a run in run support, I have no concerns. I actually feel like you're going to play a long time because of what you can do there. Now, you, in terms as a pass rusher, is a work in progress, and we'll see exactly how that continues to go. But I don't know.
I think
this is probably this is the first pick I don't like, which sucks that it had to be a Buckeye, but I don't know how I really feel about this.
This is the first one, not the Jackson Dart pick?
Go to hell, Parth. The Jackson Dart pick just never happened because they are idiotic.
Tyleek Williams.
That's why they won't have jobs by the end of this year. Neither one of them.
I mean, what the hell are you guys thinking? It's the fucking Giants, dude. What do you want? Like they're
Parth,
dumbass.
I like team building. I just want teams to do smart stuff. I don't care who you are.
Don't watch the Giants. Don't watch the Giants. They've never done anything smart in the entirety of their franchise. I don't think they ever have.
They attempted to hitch their wagon to Daniel Jones. So
that's exactly. So are the Lions running a 4-3? I'm just trying to think.
Aaron Glenn gone.
That's what I'm asking.
DC.
Oh, I have it up. Their DC is Kelvin Shepard.
I have no idea who that is.
I think he's an internal hire, so I wouldn't. Kelvin Shepard just catching strays on the Philly Blitz podcast.
Where I said, who?
Hey, I'm just trying to figure out how this all fits, because like you guys said, but I mean, to be fair, this is also how people probably felt about Eagles draft picks, right? Where it's just like, why the hell are these guys just taking trench player after trench player? I don't know. Am I just doing too much to justify it? What do you guys think?
Nah, I mean, like I said, I understand the selection, especially when you look at the nuance. Like they couldn't stop the run, they couldn't get after the quarterback. My problem is how much of that do you attribute to just the team not being healthy, and how much do you attribute to that you not having the bodies there?
Mm-hmm.
So
that's what I thought it was, bro. Like they were the whole story around the Lions is how they're just like the most injured team in the playoffs and still squeaking by.
I don't know. It could be an overcompensation. At the same time, give me a second. Let me pull up the last step chart. Let me see something right quick.
In the meantime, it's kind of funny. I forget what GM it was, but he was like, "We're blocking all calls from the 215 area code."
Yeah, I don't think they ever revealed the GM.
Yeah, feels like a lot of GMs did that this year, man. Like we've been trying to trade up. I mean,
okay, I respect it. I respect.
Yeah, what's up, Quell?
I respect the. I mean, they have DJ.
Commanders pick is in. They took Josh Connolly. There was the O lineman that the Eagles could have picked.
Could have. I mean, it's a bunch of them that we can go through. I'm not really concerned about who's on the board or not yet, at least. That just was probably the one that I would have preferred the most. But I mean, if you want to get down to the nitty gritty, where we are, yeah.
Is Zabel still there? Did he get taken?
Josh Simmons is the one that where it's like, and I mean, again, I get why he's here. Same reason that we were talking about with the Will Johnsons in terms of the medical just could be trifling.
So let me ask you guys. I mean, because we're at this weird point, right, where there's been a run on tackles, and I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Quell, but I feel like the point that we're at in terms of the tackle run feels like they're not necessarily first-round tackles at this point. And although we're at the end of the second round,
but you can make I guess just to push back on that from a quick standpoint, you can make the argument that how many of these guys were quote unquote first round tackles after the first couple guys. Like Josh Simmons, actually, to really get pushback, Josh Simmons is a first round tackle. Josh Simmons just has an injury situation that we have to get figured out. But if you ask me and a lot of other people, surprisingly, I thought I was the only one in this boat. But the more I open my ears as the process continued to go on, the more I was like, oh, okay. And I appreciate things like this. It make you feel good as a scout. Like, okay, I know what I'm watching. I ain't no idiot now. But a lot of people said that Josh Simmons could have been OT1 in this class had he just not gotten hurt. Now, I know if you're an Eagles fan and you hear that specific terminology, you sit there and like, shit, Sidney Jones could have been cornerback one in this class if he didn't get hurt. But, I mean, it's just getting to show you the level of talent that you bring into the building and shit.
And Sidney Jones was a chance worth taking. I would take that 10 times out of 10 every time, bro. If you get a guy who you were getting, mocked to in the top 10 and you can get him in the second round, like you take that chance. Shit, what's his name? Who was old boy, the linebacker from Notre Dame who played for the Cowboys? Jalen Smith.
Mm-hmm.
Jalen Smith had a couple good years too, and we all remember him blowing his knee out.
And that's an injury, and that's another risk that I take a 10 chances out of 10.
10 times out of 10, bro. I would have taken that chance. So let me ask you, Quell and Pierre. We're at this point, right? Josh Simmons has the injury concerns, and then there's some other tackles you could potentially target or guards. I mean, you're late enough where you can maybe get away with that. But do you take Mason Taylor here?
No.
And go for a tackle later.
I wouldn't
either.
I wouldn't. Now if they trade back into the top of the second round, then maybe but Mason Taylor, he's talented.
Even then, though, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Pierre, but just seeing where we are with the draft board is set up, I mean, if you'd have said this to me at the top of the night, I think I even mentioned something like this at the top of the night, where it's like, if you trade back to the top of the second round and get Mason Taylor, I wouldn't be surprised. Get more draft acumen, things of that nature. Cool. That's a great team building. But here we are, 2 picks away from the top of the second round, seeing what the board looks like, and you sitting here telling me, would you rather Basin Taylor over Donovan Azaraku or some of these other names that's available? And I'm sitting here like, hell, no.
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, I even forgot Azaraku is still available. I don't know if I take Azaraku. I really like him. I just don't know about the fit, right? Like Fangio, Eagles, especially right now. Is he the guy who you have slotted to take over for Josh?
So,
I don't know
if
I can.
If it makes you feel better, no, he isn't. The guy that slotted to take over for Josh Sweat at the point in time, and probably for the foreseeable future, is Jalen Hunt. Victory lap, but
Deserved.
And outside of that, if you're the Eagles, you don't necessarily need him to be what you want him to be as a final product right now. You just need him like, hey, you probably don't even need him to come in and play.
You just need to be Jalen Hunt from last year. Like
exactly. Yeah. Like if injuries happen and you can come in and produce, sure. But I literally just need you to come in and learn.
Do you bet on upside with Azaraku where he kind of feels like he might be maxed out physically?
Okay, so report. This is from Thomas Mott. I don't know if you guys know him, Eagles content creator guy. But he says a rumor has it Eagles try to get up to 23 for Jihad Campbell. So I don't know how true that is, but he's still on the board.
He is still on the board. Could you guys? I mean, do the Bengals need a linebacker?
No.
Who did they take?
Logan Wilson exists.
Yeah. But Zach Bond exists.
Yeah, but we also had the conversation. That's why I say, like, your gears are turning and you asking the same question that I asked earlier. Like, is it really worth it? How do you feel about Nakobe? And I get it. Yeah. He's gonna need a contract soon. Do you want to pay him the injury, but the production at the same point? It's a lot that goes into the conversation as to what are you going to do with Nakobe Dean? But it's something that has to be talked about, especially given the point where we love to make the conversation or the jokes about how the Eagles are the University of Georgia North and all that. But we have essentially reached the point of our Georgia era where we have to start making decisions. And in a perfect world, we'd love to keep all of them together the way we drafted them. But and these are just using examples, this ain't saying how to turn out by any metric. If you're not impressed by what you're seeing by Jordan Davis, go get a nose tackle. If you think that Nakobe Dean won't return back to full health or be the same player that he was prior to injury, go get a linebacker. These are the things that, like, it's the stuff that Howie Roseman kind of told to us years ago. And the stuff that he had to learn over time, where it's like, I mean, hell, I'd love to keep my Georgia defense together. And in a perfect world, I drafted these guys. These guys grew up together. I'll let them grow together. But my job ain't to fulfill Disney fairy tales. My job is to build a competent team that can compete from a year-to-year basis. And sometimes you got to have these difficult conversations or lose out on players that mean the world to you. And it's highly likely that could be a circumstance for Nakobe Dean.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate, man, and it's just it's the way the way sports are. All right, Bill's selection is in, so Goodell is heading up. Let's see what it is. And look, speaking of Shador, if history indicates anything, you can take this. You can take this and run with it. I mean, Lamar.
Eagles traded up. Wait. Did we trade up?
It shows Bill's selection is on the.
Zach Berman just tweeted Eagles are on the clock.
What?
We traded up one spot.
What?
With the Chiefs. Somebody else had to have been trying to move up for somebody.
Is it Jihad?
I think it's Jihad. I think it's Jihad.
Oh, dude, that would just suck if it's over for Nakobe.
Especially given the conversation and how all this started.
Wait, well, who did the Bills pick?
Hey, I don't know, man. I'm trying to figure it out. I'm seeing the Eagles are on the clock and they traded with the Chiefs, but we still don't have anything about the.
Oh, the Bills picked Maxwell Harrison. This is Jihad. I think this is Jihad.
Yeah, it's definitely Jihad. Do you think the Chiefs would have taken Jihad? I thought the Chiefs
Who
had
did
We
the
didn't give
Commanders
up anything either.
Did the
Yeah,
Commanders pick?
65 or something.
We gave up 32 and 164.
164. Yeah.
Did the Commanders pick?
Yeah, they took.
They do.
They took what's his name? Josh Connerly.
Oh yeah, I remember.
No, what I was gonna say about Shador is look, you see Lamar get taken at 32, and then Jalen getting taken at what did Jalen get taken at 50, 54?
52.
52.
But
You gotta just respond to it, right? You take this as a moment to grow from.
the Eagles are on the clock, though. This has to be Jihad Campbell, right?
I'm just
Like, I don't think you can justify. You
Why are
can't
they moving him
justify.
up spot though?
Somebody else had to be trying to move up for him.
Yeah. Ooh.
I don't think you can justify taking Will Johnson with his reported knee issues. Mike Green is probably off the board with all of his off the field issues.
There's no way he's an Eagle.
It's either Jihad Campbell or Josh Simmons, I think.
I agree with you, Pierre.
Maybe Ezeraku.
I just have no way. I don't think they trade up for Ezeraku. That's my point. I think Ezeraku would have been available. This is weird, bro. Come on, let us know.
Boy, I'm scrolling the timeline like
Jihad Campbell is from New Jersey,
never doing
Philly area guy.
All right. How far in New Jersey, Pierre? You're speaking like a Southerner right now.
Mm-hmm.
Ariel, R-E.
You're supposed to search this up before you speak.
E-R-I-A-L.
You need to figure out is that Delco in there.
It's definitely not. Oh, it's Gloucester. No, that's close. That's close. That's like 20 minutes to 30 minutes away from me. All right. Certified. All right, Pierre. Take it back.
Take it in.
You know the
Please don't spoil it.
Philadelphia-
Don't spoil it. Don't spoil
I'm
it. The
spoiling
pick
it
is
right
in.
now. Spoil. And the pick is. I don't have anything. Wait, dude, what the hell? How far ahead are you than me?
Okay. Let's get it. It's bittersweet, but let's get it.
Okay, so that means
Yeah. That's the face I wanted to make too, Parth.
I'm like
But
he's
it's part of the game.
yeah, no, it is. It
It's
is. And he's
part of the
good.
game.
I just hope Nakobe can stick around in the locker room. Just
So it is Jihad.
he's an important presence. Yeah. I don't know. I haven't seen anything yet, Pierre. I'm just assuming based on how my stomach is feeling right now for my guy, Nakobe Dean, man.
It's tough, man.
It's part of the game.
It's tough.
It's part of the
tough.
game.
It's a business. It's a business at the end
It's
of
a
the day.
business. No, you're 100% right. And I mean, Jihad is a damn good player. So
Yeah.
lot to be excited about. Pierre gets
But let me give us all some room for error, some room for growth, some room
Edge
for
rusher
growth.
Jihad Campbell.
Now
That might be not gonna lie.
Tell us about
Before you go, that might be why he's falling all the way down this far down the board because teams are looking at him like, well, where do we play him?
there is no reason to look at him like that though, because he's clearly a better linebacker than he is edge. The problem is I can understand anybody that's enticed by him at the edge position because he was a 5-star recruit at edge. The only problem is when you play behind Will Anderson and Dallas Turner, there isn't no room for you to play. And if you want to play, you got to do something to get on the field. So he moved off ball, and the move to off ball was probably the greatest thing that could ever happen to him because how I put it, it allowed him to unlock parts of his skill set that I don't even think he knew existed, like him in coverage and things of that nature. Like it just showed the crazy range he has as an athlete. But it's there. If you ever wanted to tap into him, the edge rusher, it's there. I don't think that's the road they would go about it, but it's there.
Please tell me how you stop a front. Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith, Jalen Hunt. Who else? Zach Bond. Jahad Campbell. Moro Jumbo.
Boy, Moro, a little shout out. Yeah.
Come on,
It's nasty, bro.
Vic
and
Fangio.
So
Vic Fangio for the cook, bro.
yeah, this is a
versatility personified, man.
So what's this? The first time
it's very similar to.
43?
Let me check.
What's this? The first time since 1943?
Has to be.
Oh, for a linebacker, yeah. I'm not sure. What I would call out about this is like Quell said, I think very similar archetype to Zach Bond. And when you have this duplicity of these guys,
but I mean, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but just like you said, like you kind of proposed, which you have too. All I could do is think about games like the Saints game, where we literally use Zach Bond as an essential edge rusher.
Exactly.
And we took the chance leaving the Kobe in the middle, like, all right, it's gonna have to work, and it did. But essentially having two Zach Bonds, making them interchangeable, hell.
And I don't think it's 34 technically, Quell, because Nolan Smith was technically a linebacker.
Okay.
Technically a linebacker. A little
him
odd.
And
Marcus Smith.
that's what it was. Nolan Smith. Nolan Smith was, but I mean, we play him at edge, so I
totally agree. I totally agree.
You're right. By the metric, he is a linebacker.
Yeah, and going back to the conversation we had earlier, I don't think Shador would have been as good on the Giants. If you look at it as the first pick of day 2, I mean that's your guys' dream scenario for him.
Cleveland. Yeah.
Cleveland has the first pick of day 2. I don't think he falls much farther than there. And I think
Cleveland's taking him.
I think it's a better spot. I think for guys like Jalen, for guys like Shador, it mattered where you landed, you know. And I don't even think that's just like exclusive to them. I think it matters for a lot of quarterbacks, but being drafted in the second round is not always a bad thing. You know, you sometimes just like get the ability to go to a place where a little bit more shit is in order. You know, I mean, that's definitely what happened with Jalen, is he came to a team that had more going on than Pittsburgh. I'll tell you that much.
Shout out to all the fuckery mock drafts that had the Eagles picking at 31. We did it, but we won a Super Bowl anyway.
Facts. Yeah, we did pick at 31. Oh, did the Eagles lose the Super Bowl? Nah.
Just wait on it.
I want to hear the pick. I want to hear Roger Goodell announce the pick.
Crazy work to want to hear Roger Goodell's voice.
I want to hear the little jingle and the Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles select.
Fair.
So who do y'all think was gonna move up for Jahad? Because that has to be the only reason why they traded up. Okay, wait.
The Kansas City Chiefs have traded the 31st pick to the Philadelphia Eagles. With the 31st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Jahad Campbell, linebacker, Alabama.
This young man has been on the radar a long time. He committed to Clemson at the age of 16.
A Namealytics member.
Brother,
the Eagles.
Brother, do we have our own version of? And I'm gonna say it. Do we have our own Micah Parsons?
Report in the morning.
Do we have our own Micah Parsons?
I wouldn't take it that far yet, but it's close.
Yeah, we got Zach Bond. Zach Bond's better than Micah Parsons. Zach Bond has a Super Bowl.
All right, so hell, since we're here, I done did it for everybody else. We're an Eagles-based podcast. Let's run through exactly who he is. Well, for me, Jahad Campbell is a very interesting player, man. How I viewed it, the conversation of positional value takes an interesting. I didn't even remember I had that on. That probably get us got a little bit, but the conversation of positional value takes an interesting turn when discussing players with a hybrid skill set such as Jahad Campbell, a young man who is highly enticing traits as a pass rusher. While he only has 159 reps, doing so at the collegiate level, it's worth noting that he was a 5-star recruit based solely off what he was able to do at the position. However, in a room that featured
What did he play in high school?
round picks. Say that again.
What did he play in high school?
Edge.
Edge. Okay.
But when you play in a room that has multiple first round picks at the position, he wisely made the decision to translate to off ball to get more playing time. How this allowed Campbell to begin to venture in untapped potential in things such as his ability in coverage and things of that nature. Now, him and being an off ball linebacker, that's the problem with all of this. Off ball linebacker is probably one of the hardest positions to translate to the next level. And it's going to take some time. So don't be mad when you're looking at, and I don't want to say don't be mad because that's what also appeals as the quote unquote edge rusher, Jahad Campbell, where if they wanted to get him some playing time early, there's the window right there. Now, don't be surprised nor angry if you see limited production from Jahad Campbell in year one, but just remember that Nakobe Dean will have to get paid soon. So there's that answer. But Campbell's traits make him very Tyson Campbell at the position. While he doesn't possess the ideal arm measurements to commit to him as a full-time pass rusher, he knows how to win and utilize an uber athletic bend and has the length, a bit of length to succeed there. Now, while Campbell isn't the most instinctive player versus the run, he has athletic abilities to help him make up close ground. He's a real sideline to sideline guy. As he continues to grow, you will love to see some of those instincts and football IQ continue to kick in. But it's one of those, how I like to see it, he's more of a read and react player than a quick instincts kind of guy. Now, for me, you have to be extremely excited about what he's flashed in coverage. He's shown just a natural ability to run with tight ends and even some slot receivers when routes attacking the middle of the field. You watching Jahad Campbell in man coverage against some of the better receivers in the country running the crosser routes, and he's sticking with them like he Fred Warner. So it's like, oh, okay. It kind of shows you some of the ways that he excels there. But how I see it is Campbell excels at keeping plays in front of him because of confidence, almost arrogance, that nothing would get behind him. He manages this area of the field well, and nothing comes easy. Basically, him in coverage, we continue to see the evolution of Howie Roseman. The selection of Jalix Hunt, the selection of Jahad Campbell, these kind of guys where I'm trying to figure out players who can play their natural position while also excelling in coverage. Pierre, they outlined it earlier, positionless football. We get closer and closer to it. But like as I read it, it's so easy to sell you on the guy. But
shout out to Howie. Breaking tendency 2 years in a row. Went from drafting a corner in the first round to an off-ball linebacker in the first round. Dude, can you guys imagine this from when we first started the podcast? That was like the most insane thing you could say on the podcast. When I said we should take Nakobe Dean in the second round, you guys were like, are you on crack? How are you doing this? And now we're like sitting here 2 years in a row. Come on, bro. Let's go.
And the biggest, my favorite thing about Jahad Campbell, when you watch him play, the dude plays with his head on fire.
Mentality, bro.
Like,
angry.
yes, the mentality. That's, you said it, Parth, the mentality. He's gonna fit like a glove in Philadelphia, man.
Yeah, I'm excited about this, bro. I mean, so I have like the all PHLY membership and stuff. So I was looking through Fran Duffy's. Yeah, I like it. I like the writers' work specifically. Like Bo and Zach and them. But once they got Fran, I think that really changed the game. Like you get Fran Duffy's draft.
That's what made me really
interested. That's what I'm tapped into right now. And as I look up, I'll read some stuff out of there. So I mean, usage. He's stood up on the boundary in odd fronts and was down to the line of scrimmage as the Sam and even fronts, stacked roll and nickel fronts, tall, thick frame, well-built kid, outstanding plays in pursuit, consistently productive, spend time all over, spend time in the box, move down to the line of scrimmage for 10% of his time, has versatility, like he said, strong and powerful, gets knockbacks on OTs. Point being, I'm going through this, bro, and I've gone through and I've done this after each pick and just kind of looked at what he has to say. This is one of the only draft picks where he doesn't have any red. like any negatives. Like all he said is just like it's just like positive after positive after
The
positive.
literal only negative with Jahad Campbell,
Too aggressive.
and it's not even just that. Like that's something that I live with, and it's hilarious that this is the conversation. It's like everything comes full circle, and it sucks that it has to be the Kobe Dean situation, a conversation that this could possibly be for. But the only knock on Jahad Campbell is positional value. Is this player playing at this position on the field worth taking? The talent in terms of the player that you're taking, he should have been gone. Like, I think he's better than Jalen Walker, and we see what Jalen Walker went at. But when you start taking into account positional value, how we can use this player, all this extra stuff that goes into the conversation, things change. But, buddy, like we got no. Once again, like he has over the last 3 or 4 years up to this point, Howie Roseman has done a marvelous job in the first round, identifying a player that should and could be a stalwart for the foreseeable future for this defense, especially for a defense that's the youngest in football.
And even that, like you talk about, a face of the future and being a stalwart for the future and everything like that. Like in terms of off the field too, nothing but good reports. Like in terms of like leadership ability, vocalness, like
hard worker.
This is a home run pick, man.
Yeah.
How we keep doing this?
It doesn't hurt that he's outside the Philly area, man. Bringing a local kid home, bro. Like this is.
And so, according to Ian Rappaport, this is a tweet that he had after the selection. After trading to number 31, the Eagles select Bama linebacker Jahad Campbell, the player they've coveted all along. In fact, they nearly traded up for him at the Chargers pick. So apparently, they were trying to trade up for Campbell and not Malachi Starks. It was Campbell all along.
We were totally off, man. That's so interesting. That's really interesting,
pick,
especially when Malachi is available. With losing CJ, who are we really depending on in safety? There's a little bit more Eagle-centric conversation. Well, wait, who did the Chiefs take? Did we discuss
Josh Simmons?
Josh Simmons, okay.
And I mean, even if like the back end of day 2, early day 3, even the middle of day 2, back into day 2 or second round and third round, there are safeties available. You got Andrew Makuba out of Texas. You got my favorite player in the draft, Jonas Sanker out of Virginia. Like Kevin Winston, Penn State. Like there are guys available.
Rapp's tweet, he said the first round of the 2025 NFL draft is over. Shador Sanders, Jalen Milroe, and Tyler Shoke. What? How did he try to sneak him in there, bro? He is my age, dog. I'm almost certain he's like literally my age, bro. Like he might. He's a year younger than me, brother. The dream is over. Go sell insurance, bro. Come on. What are we doing here?
My man said, "I think they're hiring at my spot."
You don't want to work where I work, man. It's fine.
I was going to put one of those. Yeah, I think they're hiring at my spots. I know because I won't be there much longer.
Right. So, all right. So, listen, 32 picks in, 3 almost 4 hours in, 315 viewers in. Thank you to everyone who's with us.
15.
How do you guys feel, man?
Draft streams go crazy.
Absolutely, man. Draft
awesome, man. Like I said, this is Christmas Day for me, and the fact that I get to do it all over again tomorrow, they don't make it like this. Like this is special. All the hard work, everything that goes into getting prepared for this day specifically always makes it worth it, because watching these players find homes, fulfill their dreams, seeing exactly what could be for the foreseeable future, it's a beautiful thing for me, at least, man. It's what keeps me going.
I'm on cloud 9, man. I'm on cloud 9.
Pierre got a sexy pick. Let's go.
I got the pick out. One of the picks I wanted. Bro, we're almost 4 hours, like you said, Parth, 315 viewers, man. It's been a good day. It's been a good day, man. We get, like you said, Q, we get to do it all again tomorrow.
No, absolutely, man. I mean, Eagles got a linebacker. I love watching linebacker play. My favorite position on in football other than wide receiver, is safety or linebacker. Like just watching players there, something about it, man. I know we got trench guys for a reason, but like, brother, something about watching a good linebacker play. It's probably because we grew up in an era of just like such great linebacker play, bro. Like there were those years with Patrick Willis and Ray Lewis just going back and forth, and Navarro Bowman over there in San Francisco as well. Like Luke Kuechly, just some of these guys, bro. Like they were just so impactful to
They
the way
don't
that
make them like those anymore.
no, bro, they were impactful to the way that we view the game, how we love the game. Like those guys were just special. So I always got like a soft spot for a linebacker. So it's fun to see us grab one. You know, I was so excited about Nakobe all those years ago, and it's, you know, bittersweet to see it, you know, coming full circle now. And I'm still hoping that Nakobe can find his role on the team as well, because I think he's just a very valuable person, even beyond just him as a player. Yeah, I mean, I'm excited, man. I from a hater perspective, you know, my agendas are thriving, but even beyond that, I like the way that you said it, Quell, is you get to look at this and you look at all the opportunities that these kids are going to have and all these chances that teams are going to take on it. And just to think, like, dude, in a couple of years, like, you know, who knows how many kids in Jacksonville are going to be wearing Travis Hunter jerseys, you know, like how many of those are going to see out there. It's just, it's always just interesting to look at this as the nexus point and then to see the butterfly effect of everything down the road.
I don't know about other people, but I know at least specifically for me, that's kind of what the best I like. I just outline watching these players fulfill their dreams and their nature. But like I say all the time, like you guys who listen to all the pods, things of that nature, I just love talking ball, man. I enjoy this specifically, being able to get into my element, get my thought processes out on different just players as a whole, college, professional, it doesn't matter. I just enjoy talking about ball. So to be able to do the thing that I love while in the same breath of watching these guys fulfill everything that they've worked for up to this point, that's why to me, there's nothing ever going to be better than draft day, because like I've invested so much into it, but so have they. And it's something that everybody wins. No, it's no reason. It's part of the reason why I sit here and say I don't like talking bad about prospects, because it's like I see this as a no-lose situation. Everybody wins. Everybody's here to have a good time, and it may not go all the way you wanted it to go, but for the most part, you just get to live out your dream, doing what you want to do and talking ball. And at the end of the day, that's all we kind of here for, man.
Talking ball, baby. That's why we do this podcast, bro. It's like, you know, we make jokes. We have our little shticks, you know, that the players we love, players we hate, you know, just the bullshit. But at the end of the day, man, like, we just love football, bro. And I mean that's part of football too, is having these little fights and like arguments about these little things. Like, listen, we had to argue about Shador because we didn't argue about anything else all day. It was too smooth of a podcast, bro. Like, what the hell? Like, everyone's just like smiling, holding hands, singing Kumbaya and shit. No, bro. Like, I'm here to argue about ball as well. All right. We're like prime Skip and Shannon. Notice I said prime. All right. Not today's Skip and Shannon. All right. We're talking like, I'm saying like 2019, 2020, when it was first starting up, special TV. It was special programming. But no, like in all seriousness, like it's just you just get to get on and talk about sports with your friends and all of you guys who've been, you know, responding in the comments, talking to us about this stuff. It's just so much fun, dude. It's yeah, I'm very thankful to just be able to do this. You know, work always has its ups and downs, as it does for anybody, but to be able to just get off, and you know, this takes extra work, but to be able to come do this, hang out with you two and the rest of our you know, following and our crew, it's just, we're fortunate, you know. So appreciate y'all, man.
Well said. You know, like I always tell you guys, you know, I'm extremely appreciative of, you know, both of you and all the work that you guys put in, you know, the entire team, not just us, but producer Brand, producer T, you know, like you said, everybody, you know, who tunes in to our pods and streams and everything like that. It's just, you know, it's amazing, man. It's amazing, you know, what we've built and what we're continuing to build. You know, I appreciate y'all for, you know, like LeBron said in that meme, I'm always bring it up. Thank y'all for taking on this ride with me. And we gonna keep going. We're gonna keep going.
Oh, I'm so hurt.
And I told him I'd say it when we got here. I mean, I'd probably say it again at the end of the draft weekend, but I'd be remiss if I didn't. All the work that I put in, all the things that I do, none of this stuff would be possible without Pierre, man. Pierre provides the platform. Pierre is the one that I'm texting at 1:30 in the morning when I'm finishing work. Like, hey, it's in the drafts. Can you edit this for me? Pierre's like all the background stuff that has to get done. That's all Pierre, man. So, again, like I said, none of this is possible without you, brother. I personally, and I know Parth is himself too, we're greatly appreciative for not just the platform you've provided us, but the friendship we've been able to build and everything that comes along with this, man. It's joyful. I tell you all the time specifically that this path that we've chosen to take, it gets very lonely at times, and you need people like the friendship and the relationship that we built to, I don't want to say make it through, but it makes it a whole hell of a lot easier when you got people that not just understand what you're going through, but relate to you, and they just genuinely love you, for lack of a better term.
Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate that.
That's how it is, man. We got each other's backs, man, and I think that's why people like tapping in. And like, dude, for those of y'all who are in the comments, bro, just reach out to us, man. Like, I'm an odd guy. These guys are odd guys, so like I don't blame you. So like, reach out. We appreciate talking ball with people. That's really what it comes down to. Like and I like talking shit to people, so come talk shit to me, so I can talk shit back. It's part of the fun. But no, we love the Philly Blitz. We love the Philly Blitz fans, community, and more than anything, we love the birds.
You love the birds.
Yes, sir. Go birds, baby.
All right, we will be back tomorrow for round 2 draft stream. Might be a little bit delayed, letting everybody know right now. They're either most favorite or most hated person on the podcast is gonna be delayed. Polarizing subject. I like to think of myself. No, but I'll be on a little bit later. But Pierre and Quell will be here, and actually to that point about what Quell was saying about the work that Pierre puts in. This man took the day off and then spent the entire day building out different StreamYard settings and different ways to show it. The highlights that we had going for y'all today, the big boards, everything. That's just not easy to do. So, thank you for taking that over, bro. And again, thank you to our producers as well, Tyler, Brandon. The work you guys do, all those reels and stuff. We have a whole team who's doing all this, and we got a lot of viewers. If there's people who are interested in helping out, wanting to learn the ropes of some of these types of things, reach out and we can discuss. But yeah, I think the main point is reach out to us and keep commenting, dude. I think today was a lot of fun because we had comments and people asking questions and things like that. These are always better when we're interactive, but I mean, do we just keep this going for 3 more minutes so we hit midnight at that point?
We could.
Yeah, no.
You really could.
It's soft to sign off at 11:58. It's 11:57. Someone start talking some shit. Do something.
Oh, all right.
Top targets for tomorrow.
Before we get out of here, yeah.
Tackle.
One player, your favorite, not your favorite pick, but your favorite landing spot for the day. Your one player that you think that player is going to be, oh yeah, that spot right there, ideal situation. Second,
And we can't say Jahad Campbell.
Yeah, no.
yes.
Okay.
Second, how long do you think we'll be here?
Biscuit, you're a bitch man, bro. Get the hell out of here. The greatest quarterback in the last 20 years for you guys was Kenny Pickett. The greatest quarterback ever was Dan Marino, and he didn't ever win shit. So get out of my face, buddy. Bozo, clown. Yeah, my favorite pick would be the Colts taking Tyler Warren. I really like that pick. I think with the Colts, they just keep feeling like they're like almost there, especially with AR. It's just like it's odd. You see like these weird flashes of like, oh shit, like this could be a dominant team. and then you just see them being like the worst team in the NFL as well. So it's an odd polarity, duality of that team. I think Tyler Warren just gives you an easy button. Whoever said it at the beginning, put it the best way. Dude, just get the ball in his hands. If you can get, Jonathan Taylor's still there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You got Jonathan Taylor. If he's healthy again, last year was a little bit up and down, but if you get a healthier out of him, you get some more chemistry. And I hope AR is getting chemistry with Adonai Mitchell right now. But you get some of that kind of going, and all of a sudden you could kind of have a potent offense on your hands, especially with Kellen Moore at the forefront of it. So I think that's my favorite.
Right, let me rephrase this Shador question. As we sit here with 60 seconds left in the podcast, is Will Johnson worth a second round selection for the Eagles early tomorrow?
I can't do it. I can't do it. After what you told me about his knees and the double knee surgery and the cartilage and the bone, and I'm not. No, he's a medical red flag for me. Would not touch.
I mean, again, like I said, though, even behind everything that I said, they say that players that do this, they typically play at least 10 years. Now, whether they perform, they arrive back to their original peak is a different story, but they play at least 10 years after.
Hey, man, Quell just sent us this tweet in the group chat. He'll probably texting Shador talking about, we about to go next, bro. Trip. This might be the funniest tweet I've seen on draft day, bro. Come on.
He probably seen that tweet like, well, who the fuck you talking to?
Place, bro. We're just putting it out, bro. That is so funny, man. Pierre, I totally understand what you're saying, bro. Like, we all have PTSD from Sidney Jones. Like, you can't deny that. But like I said, man, like when you have the chance of also having Jalen Smith, where you have a couple of years of him just being like a really damn good player. I don't know. Second round, I feel like you can, especially, and let me explain this first before you respond, because I don't know what you say, but I think given where we are, right, in terms of team building, roster building perspective, right, we took an edge linebacker first round, right. The next hole that we're really thinking about would be tackle. You take a guy here, he doesn't necessarily need to play his first year, right? Like he would only really be going in if it's necessary, or if Lane is getting hurt, or and I honestly feel like even if we draft somebody on day 2, the Eagles probably end up still signing somebody in free agency at tackle as well. If you have that, I don't see the issue with letting a guy like Simmons just kind of sit on the bench for a year, let his knees heal up, and then you come back and you could be even more ready. I don't know. What do you guys think? Is that too hopeful?
I don't know, man. Just for me, I can't, like, the thought of drafting a corner who has knee cartilage issues and potentially degenerative knee issues. That's just a no-go for me, man. Like, that's just something that I'm not comfortable with. I wouldn't be happy with it. Now, in terms of okay, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Now, in terms of
we'll
finish the
Will
sentence,
Johnson.
Pierre.
Yeah, what were you saying?
No. I was about to say in terms of my favorite landing spot, Gray's able to Seattle, just because Seattle, they've had offensive line issues for as long as I can remember, and again, like, they need help everywhere, and Gray's able plays everywhere on the offensive line.
As long as
this is perfect fit.
Crazy.
Yeah. Since Russ was there. But who's the targets for tomorrow? What are we thinking?
No, but I want to know what Quell thinks as well. Well, tell us your thoughts on taking taking Simmons at 64.
Johnson
or Johnson, yeah.
I'd be open to it because of course, the later in the draft you get, the less you're investing into this in terms of the capital that you have. Now, kind of like Pierre outlined, I do think there are some concerns that should be something to view about. But I view this as a similar area as to where Howie Roseman pulled the trigger on the Sidney Jones move, where it is low risk, high reward for a prospect where you probably could get
Okay,
more.
wait. Do y'all want to pull up Howie and Nick Sirianni's press conference because they're talking right now?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what we usually do. So
I just saw the Zach Berman tweet. Probably Jahan was a top 10 player on their board.
Y'all see this? They said, Shador, why'd you drop? Is there supposed to be video playing? Mario wanted contacts.
tell them, Shador, just add some more fuel to the fire. About to run down on something.
Listen.
Yeah.
Sometimes you need a little humility check.
Did you think that?
There's going to be big peas.
That's the worst part about it is you
I
think
think
it's a humility
we
check,
do.
and
We
then
get
you
enough
get these
information
people
before the
reason to run
draft
down
that
on you,
we
and they
started to
become
feel like
twice
there's a
as the same
possibility in the
person
last
they
few
already are.
days, and so
Yeah.
we had gone through
Can y'all hear?
areas where he was going to fall. We knew that
Y'all get
there was
the
probably a
audio's
sweet
playing?
spot that we could try to get up at, and we had done a lot of planning about that. So we understood kind of some of the questions that were going on him. We spent a lot of time with our doctors and our medical staff, ensuring that we were all seeing it the same way. And again, we have a lot of confidence in our edge rushers on this team and our inside linebackers on this team. But for us, this we thought was one of the best players.
I think it's heavily noted that he mentioned both.
Start off with Washburn or with Bobby?
Yeah, I think we'll go through that here. But this is a guy who was recruited from IMG at Alabama as an edge rusher, hand and dirt edge rusher.
He keeps
They had
mentioning
some injuries
it
at Alabama.
for
They
a
played him off the
reason.
ball. You see his explosiveness and his speed, and really, you know what? It's kind of interesting, and we talked about this a lot. You see it. You see Penn State give them a lot of credit for what they've done. They've had guys off the ball move to edge rushers. Obviously, their last two guys who've been drafted really
He's
high,
about to rush
they
the
started
passer.
off the ball and they moved to edge rushers. Vic does a tremendous job with getting guys who have pass rush ability to be versatile
about to
players
rush
like
the
that.
passer.
And I think what's
We
really
just might
fun
have
is
drafted
that
an edge rusher.
those
not
guys
an
who have that
linebacker.
versatility, who can go out on the edge and get pressure as a rusher. And he's got speed. He's got power as an edge rusher. He was trained as an edge rusher. And then he's got the versatility to play off the ball and blitz from depth.
Where you can be a little undersized but still be physical enough to make an impact, because I'm looking up his size
and
he's
play
6'3".
6'3", but how much do you weigh? 240? Yeah, 235.
I think it's like 235.
Yeah, 235.
Okay.
in space, in pass coverage, as an off-ball linebacker. And so the things that you can do and keep all these players on the field. So for us, it's just we always want to improve the front seven, and we view him as a front seven player who's got incredible versatility and a skill set to do both those things. And the appeal is that he's got this rush skill set, and he's 21 years old. He turned 21 on February 24th. So like he's got upside to grow and get bigger, and his frame is such that he can put on more weight and more strength. And so, as you can tell, excited about the player.
What were the conversations like with Vic Fangio in the pre-draft process about how he might fit in the defense and how that versatility might be able to be an asset for the defense?
Yeah, tremendous respect for Coach Fangio and the accomplishments he has and what he sees in defensive players. And so, I think for us, we're having those conversations with every member of our coaching staff and certainly our coordinators. And obviously Vic, with the success that he's had, those conversations go deep. And so, understanding that he's got a vision for the player, but we've seen what he can do with guys with this kind of skill set. And you just look around the league, the teams that we have to get through to get where we want to go. They have fast, explosive quarterbacks, players in their backfield that we got to bring down at all levels of our defense. And We need a tremendous amount of front seven players to contain those guys. And so it's always been a priority, for us. This doesn't deviate what we believe. We believe in affecting the passing game on offense and defense, and this guy can affect the passing game on defense.
I mean, there's been guys here before, local guys from this area, who struggled with kind of being a pro near home, just the demands on them, having their friends in the same town and stuff, and ticket requests and all that. Is that something that is I don't know, do you look into that at all? Is that something you kind of consider with a local kid?
Yeah, I rely on Dom. I rely on Dom to get to know these kids, and he knows all these kids and the background that they come from. And, I think that I don't know necessarily who you're talking about. I could probably think of one that wasn't as high a pick. But I don't have any doubt about this player's character, this player's work ethic, this player's desire to win.
You mentioned Vic. How much has he expanded your view of what an off-ball linebacker could do in terms of value for a defense?
Yeah, I don't want to put this player in that box. That's what I'm saying. This guy can grow into anything you want. And what I'm saying is Vic has done a tremendous job with kind of educating me on the way that he looks at things and the way I look at things. And we have a lot of these conversations about it. And obviously, those are great conversations. For me, I'm continuing to learn every day. That's the beautiful part about the job that we have. And but at the end of the day, like, you see it and what's going on in the league. And Zach Bond's a great example. I mean, these guys, they can rush from the edge, they can play in space, they can affect the quarterback from depth, from the edge, and that's what we're looking for. We're looking for guys like that, and the league has changed. And I think the league it's a speed game, and when you have guys with those kind of explosive qualities, and you want to get as many as you can.
All right.
All right. Yeah. So, takeaways before we sign off: positionless football, rush passer, playing coverage.
We got our first casualty of a stream.
Did you fall asleep?
Screenshot is taken.
You fell asleep, bro?
Brother, go get some rest, man.
I tell you, I've been like,
Quell probably been up for like 3 days at this point, dog.
buddy, like the amount of sleep that I have not gotten over the last week, I have lost it. I have lost it, to say the least. I've been partying trying to get to this point, and I finally got here, and this is my body like, all right, look, you promised me once I got here we can get some sleep.
But all right, I think that's gonna do it for night one of our draft stream. We'll be back tomorrow at 7:45, kind of 7:45, 7:50 buffer, somewhere in between there. But thank you to all 334 of you who tapped into the stream. It's been 4 hours. The Eagles took a linebacker.
That's crazy.
This is amazing.
Buddy, the Eagles took a linebacker this year. They took cornerbacks last year. They signed a running back. Cornerbacks with S.
Damn right.
Signed a running back. Like, no funny, Pierre. You sent that whole outline about topics we can discuss throughout the summer, and we'll talk more about that later. But I think it's worth touching on the fact that at some point we need to have a conversation about Howie Roseman and the transition that he has made from early age Howie, his beliefs then, to now, basically this
broom closet, bro. That broom closet.
It's bigger than the broom closet, dog. Because like he came out the broom closet, he had an ideology. Now he out here, he's just doing anything. Positions that we're like, how we'd never do that. He like, watch this.
This one. To that point, Quell, I think it's a good point, because like Pierre, you talk about the broom closet like jokingly, but that was like 10 years ago. But that like genuinely changed how he approaches these situations. And what we see now, this is like I was telling you guys, like after the Gators won the championship, Quell, after you guys won the championship this year, and then the Eagles do too, like, bro, this is probably the peak of my sports watching life. And a lot of that is attributed to Howie, because Howie is just like, he's doing the things that you want your GM to do. But a lot of times GMs just don't do the things that you want them to do. They don't make like the easy, smart decisions. And that's what I appreciate about Howie. Like last couple of years, he's like, let me not overthink it. After he shat the bed with Jalen Reagor, for lack of a better term, it's just been like, hey, let me take the guy who's like a combination of production and raw talent, and let's take a chance on him. And I don't think you can go wrong with that, man. So, shit, I'm excited for the rest of the draft. I'll tell you that much.
But all right, let's go do it for
till tomorrow. We'll see you guys in approximately 15 hours. It's been a blast today. Tomorrow will only be even better. But Merry Draftmas one more time to all of you guys to celebrate.
Oh, we're 13 towards. Oh, yeah. Go Birds, 10 minutes from 422. Let's go. Unbelievable pod. Look at that. 4, 3, 2, 1.
420.
Go Birds, everybody.
Go Birds.